All right. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. My name is Ramnath Chalapa. I'm a professor in the Information Systems and Operations Management Group at the Goizueta Business School, Emory University. I'm also the program dean for the Master of Science in Business Analytics program at the Goizueta Business School. This is a very special program where the goal of our program is to create who we call a business data scientist. Our program resides at the intersection of business, data, and technology. So all our students are very well versed in all three of those. Our program is as intensive as a computer science program, as quantitative as an econometrics or a statistics program, and we never forget that we are first and foremost business school students, which means our goal is to solve business problems using the various tools that are available to us, from machine learning to AI to visualization. So this year and every year, the STEM credentialed MSBA program hosts a conference to celebrate graduation. The fourth annual Business Analytics Conference is the culmination of year-long academic activities for the MSBA cohort number 4, and it is an opportunity to hear from leaders across different industries. Our conference also showcases select analytics projects from the MSBA student capstone projects. And in fact, this year, we also have the privilege of having some of our capstone sponsors speak about some of the projects that they do. And every year, we also choose a particular theme for the conference. And this year, the theme is organizational and societal implications for data and algorithmic bias, addressing prejudice. Now, this is an extraordinarily important topic in very many different ways. One, it is of great importance today because we see that data and algorithms can actually perpetuate all kinds of biases, and they are the same tools that we need to use and think about to address inequity and prejudice. It is also important to me personally because a lot of my research work is on the unintended consequences of technology. I do a lot of work on privacy issues and piracy and so on, where essentially we did not know a priori what might be potentially the different problems that technology could actually create, whether it is in the form of data collection, usage of data, or if it is actually those algorithms that are embedded to make so many decisions that we actually do today in different organizations. And finally, it is also a very important topic for us from the Goizueta Business School, because one of the goals of our school, one of the ways in which we think about business school education is with a focus on business and society. So the societal implications and the business implications of such inequity, such prejudice, and the way it can manifest itself in different parts of the decision-making, different parts of decision-making within the organization is very, very important to address. So when we do these conferences, it is not an academic conference. Our goal is to address some of the questions that the industry is facing. And therefore, you will see a number of speakers from the industry who've come in not only to raise these issues, but potentially also discuss a variety of solutions that they have been using within their organizations. And what is interesting in today's conference and today's discussion will be that we're going to raise issues from a HR perspective, a human resources perspective, because a lot of the incoming resumes are being scanned by machines, by algorithms. And so we're definitely going to look at it from that perspective. And we will also have a perspective that is coming in from the healthcare sector, where you will see that, prejudice and bias is of great concern. And particularly all of us are becoming very aware of this given the pandemic, right? Without further ado, I would like to welcome our Dean Karen Sedetol, who will offer the welcoming remarks to the conference attendees. Karen?
Thank you, Ron. Good afternoon. I'm excited to welcome you today to the 4th Annual Goizueta Business Analytics Conference, and a special welcome to the industry professionals joining us today, who will be sharing their insights from the field of business analytics. So thank you all for joining us. A recent Edelman survey polling individuals about trust shows that business as a whole represents the most trusted institution in the US and throughout most of the world. business above all other institutions, including nonprofits, governments, and media. What a great opportunity and what a great responsibility. At Goizueta, our mission is to prepare principled leaders to have a positive influence on business and society. Having met our MSBA students, I know we have done just that. Our MSBA program is selective in who we admit and demanding in what we expect. Each year, we review more than 700 to 800 applications for about 50 seats. We select the best and brightest among students from across the world. Our students this year have put in a monumental amount of effort and hard work over the past 10 months to get where they are today in this very demanding program. And I'm confident that the rewards will be well worth the effort. Whether your focus is on data visualization, machine learning, managing big data, social network analysis, or business analytics in general, business data scientists like you are in high demand. Your future is bright. I can't wait to see where you go next, the ways you'll continue to thrive, and how you'll leave your mark on the world around us. As we kick off the conference today, I'm particularly pleased that we will be covering an urgent issue in organizations, addressing prejudice created through data and algorithms. This is core to the mission of Goizueta, which is all about creating value for both business and society. In a time when many organizational decisions are data-driven and guided by algorithms, it's important to be aware of the inequity they can create. So I'm thrilled that this conference allows us to bring together experts on this topic to create a platform for discussion and to provide insights on the path forward. We have an exciting program for you today. I know we're all looking forward to hearing about the findings from the MSBA capstone projects and hearing from our industry experts. So thank you so much for being here. And now I'd like to turn it over to MSBA Managing Director Scott Radford.
From justice, healthcare, and human resources practices. We'll have 3 of our student capstones projects for 2021 introduced by the capstone sponsor of each of those projects. We'll take a break at around 2:15 p.m. today. A little bit of housekeeping notes. Please raise your hand if you have a question during one of the speakers or one of the capstone presentations. The speakers will tell us whether or not they would like to take questions during or at the end of their talk. Once again, thank you very much. And I will now pass the baton over to Justin Beer, one of our 2021 graduates, who will introduce our first speaker.
Hi there, my name is Justin Beer, and I'm a member of the Emory MSBA graduating class of 2021. And it's my pleasure to introduce Julian Adler. Julian Adler, JD MSW, is the Director of Policy and Research at the Center for Court Innovation, a nonprofit organization that works to create a fair, effective, and humane justice system by performing original research and helping launch reforms around the world. He was previously the director of the Red Hook Community Justice Center in Brooklyn, New York, and part of the teams that created the Brooklyn Justice Initiatives and Newer Community Solutions in New Jersey. Julian is the co-author of Start Here, a roadmap to reducing mass incarceration, along with a range of book chapters and articles that examine the intersection of the criminal legal system, social science, and mental health. He serves on multiple steering and advisory committees, and he is the co-chair of the advisory board for Wesleyan University's Center for Prison Education. Julian, you have the floor.
Thank you. Okay. So thrilled to be here today. I will ask that folks hold questions until the end of the presentation. I think that will be easier. And away we go. So my presentation today will examine, explore, interrogate this seemingly simple question, does data do justice? A brief spoiler alert at the outset. From a recent article in the New Yorker magazine, I'm going to contend that data alone does not do justice, and that if we simplify the world enough that it can be captured with numbers or algorithms for that matter, that it means throwing away a lot of very important detail, and it's insufficient. A brief note about the Center for Court Innovation, where I work. As you heard in the introduction, we work to achieve justice and equity, create safe, healthy, and thriving communities, and ultimately transform justice systems. And we do this by integrating a range of practices, from new thinking and creative practices on the ground in New York City and parts of New Jersey, to rigorous research and data analytics work locally and nationally, and then implementation assistance and policy guidance, both nationally and internationally. As we do these things and across our areas of practice, we hew to 4 core values: integrity, impact, equity, and collaboration. And since values will be central to the presentation today, I thought it would be good to name ours up front and those that will animate my views throughout this presentation. So I want to begin sort of with a threshold consideration of the limitations of empirical data. It's not a critique per se, but I think it's important when we're thinking about data and algorithms in justice, and frankly, beyond justice, we need to contend with the limitations of empirical data. So let's start with one of the most replicable, consistent findings from justice. This is known as the age crime curve. This is one particular example of the curve, but I assure you, or at least for the sake of argument, assume this replicates with consistency across studies. And I want to draw your attention to the peak here of the curve. And what you'll see is that young people tend to get arrested at far higher rates than older people. In other words, people age out of crime. So we go to the top of the peak here, and we see that around the age of 18, 19, 20, if we were to attempt to predict whether a young person would engage in a behavior that could lead to their arrest, we could assume more likely at a younger age than an older age. The question becomes, how do we create an evidence-based or data-driven policy based on this empirical data? So when we go to the top of the peak, what do? Right? What do we do with this data point? Does this mean that we should incarcerate young people, since clearly young people are at higher risk of engaging in crime, or at least engaging in behavior that's criminalized, or at least being arrested for alleged behavior that's criminalized? Or do we double down on our investments in community-based alternatives, in diversion, alternative sentencing, rehabilitation? The answer doesn't lie in the empirical data. And this is what I'll refer to as the other invisible hand. When I heard I was going to present at a business school conference, I dug deep into my very shallow well of knowledge about economics, and I pulled out Adam Smith, who's famous for the invisible hand. But here's the other one, and it's values. That you can't make a policy based on empirical data without the interpolation of a priori values. It's just not possible. Let's take another example. What to do about Rikers Island, the notorious jail in New York City. In the 90s, not much to be done. The average daily population was over 20,000 people. But as we headed into 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, the numbers started to drop, and all of a sudden, it was possible to imagine a New York City without Rikers Island. A commission completed a report. The commission had justice leaders, thought leaders, researchers from across the system, and they concluded that the answer was to close Rikers Island and to create smaller borough-based jails that would be state-of-the-art, that would be embedded with, commitment to fairness, humanity, but essentially to build smaller jails. And in defense of this plan, Darren Walker, the head of the Ford Foundation, penned an op-ed in defense of nuance, in defense of the proposal. And that led to this protest outside of the Ford Foundation, which you'll see. You'll see a reference to the op-ed in the first, or the open letter in the first line that's being held up, that for many people, the idea of building smaller jails amounted to perpetuating mass incarceration, and that if you build it, they will fill it. And they were calling for the total abolition of jails in New York City. Whereas others, looking at the same data, the same trends, concluded that the way forward, the evidence-based or data-driven policy was smaller jails. In other words, this could not be decided on the basis of data, even though it was data that got us close enough to imagine a New York City without Rikers Island. In a really exciting book, Scientists as Prophets, Linda Walsh really gets at this core issue, tracing it back many centuries. And she writes, "We have tended to believe that if we just had more information, we could make better policy. But no matter how much data we could lay hands to, even if we were Laplace's demon itself, values would still stand in the way of policymaking." Laplace's demon, for those who don't know, is a reference to a deterministic view of the universe, where if there was such a demon that could observe existence at the molecular atomic level, that demon could predict the unfolding of existence and humanity from the Big Bang forward. But Walsh's point here is critical, that no matter how much data we have, and no matter how good we get at manipulating that data, whether it's in algorithms, machine learning, we still have to contend with values. And ultimately, it's values that drive decision-making, that drive policies, even if those policies are empirically based or evidence-based. Okay. Another consideration is the limitations of traditional methods of producing data or valid knowledge. Again, this is not a critique per se. The data picture is changing, and what you see here is actually the results of a recent research project that my organization conducted, examining gun violence and young people who carry guns or at risk of carrying guns in New York City. And what you see here is not the results of an RCT, and you don't see regression data. What you see is actually the results of something called respondent-driven sampling, which often walks with participatory action research or participatory methodologies. And here what you see is a sampling technique where you're essentially using an approach where folks who are very influential and are very networked are your sources of data, and they're essentially seeds that recruit other folks to participate in the study. And while this is not a presentation about respondent-driven sampling or participatory research, what's critical to note here is that this is arguably as valid a way to understand a complex problem using data and data production methods as is a traditional RCT. What's particularly striking, and this comes from the John Jay College Research Advisory Group on Preventing and Reducing Community Violence last year, a really impressive array of thought leaders in justice, in violence reduction, community network research. This is a really fascinating conclusion. Finally, the utilization of research suffers from misleading marketing. Policymakers and the public have been told for decades that the, quote, gold standard of evaluation evidence is the randomized experiment or randomized controlled trial RCT. If all questions relevant for policy and practice in the prevention of violence were amenable to randomized studies, this would be an admirable position. In many areas of social policy, however, some important questions cannot be answered with RCT studies due to logistical, financial, and ethical concerns. Randomized designs are a valuable resource for providing precise answers to specific questions, but it is also important to ask the right questions and only then select the best method of answering them. So I mentioned participatory research, which is a very different orientation to research than the RCT. The idea is that research is best conducted in some circumstances by and for those most directly affected by the issue, condition, situation, or intervention being studied or evaluated. In the case of the study I mentioned before, that would be young people who are often gang involved or formerly gang involved, who carried guns, had carried guns, or were at risk of carrying guns in New York City. This is a framework for creating knowledge that is rooted in the belief that those most impacted by research should take the lead in framing the questions, design, methods, analysis, and determining what products and actions might be the most useful in affecting change. Again, this may, for those of you listening who may be skeptical, expose some of the ideological underpinnings of the RCT, the ideological underpinnings of who we consider to be a researcher, what we consider to be the qualifications to produce valid knowledge, and some of the epistemological challenges that both limit the field, but also need to be overcome if we're really going to get underneath some of the thorniest and most intractable policy problems like gun violence, like gun carrying, like over-incarceration. Okay, so it's a conference about algorithms and data, and I am getting now to a source of much controversy in the justice space, which is the use of risk assessment algorithms. And like most things, it's complicated. Michelle Alexander, the author of The New Jim Crow, wrote an op-ed in the New York Times in 2018, and here is an excerpt that frames the critique. Under new policies in California, New Jersey, New York, and beyond, quote, risk assessment algorithms recommend to judges whether a person who's been arrested should be released. These advanced mathematical models, or weapons of math destruction, as data scientist Kathy O'Neill calls them, appear colorblind on the surface, but they are based on factors that are not only highly correlated with race and class, but are also significantly influenced by pervasive bias in the criminal justice system. As O'Neill explains, it's tempting to believe that computers will be neutral and objective, but algorithms are nothing more than opinions embedded in mathematics. I might add values embedded in mathematics, and to quote something that I once heard Kathy O'Neill say, what algorithms do is codify the status quo. And in that status quo, there's a lot more than empirical data points floating in the ether. There's values, there's ideology, there's opinions. Okay, so just to level up, since this is not a justice conference, this is a business conference, an algorithm conference, when I refer to risk assessment tools or pretrial assessment tools, just a simple working definition of what I'm talking about. We're talking about algorithms or statistical models that draw on past data to estimate the probability or risk of future events. And in this context, typically the probability of court appearances and the probability of arrest while someone is out on release during the pretrial period. In other words, while their case is pending trial or inevitably some kind of plea bargaining process, they are out on release rather than sitting in jail. What's interesting is that the enterprise of risk assessment is grounded in very solid social science, and one of the sort of hard as granite findings from criminology and psychological research in this area, which is the risk principle. The risk principle, which I can explain very quickly, is the notion or the prescription that you vary the intensity of intervention by risk. An intervention can be misleading here. It refers to any activity, be it supervision, be it some form of treatment or incarceration. All those things are considered some form of intervention. And again, the idea here is that less is more, and that we should vary the intensity or dosage of intervention by risk. Because research shows repeatedly, again, this replicates, that intervention can be harmful for lower risk individuals. And if that seems counterintuitive as it does for many, think of it this way. When someone is sent to jail, certainly subjected to intensive supervision requirements in the community, or mandated to attend treatment or some other program, that disrupts school, work, pro-social, social activities and networks. In other words, it disrupts the things that make someone low risk to start with. And so too much intervention, along with the stigma, potential exposure to higher risk peers, can disrupt things that are pro-social and that reduce risk. So as I mentioned, this replicates, it's supported by close to 400 empirical studies, but perhaps more significantly, it's frequently ignored with impunity. Most jurisdictions, and I'm confident with the statement, most jurisdictions tend to incarcerate folks who are higher risk, and folks who are lower risk are often subjected to very heavy-handed interventions as an alternative to incarceration. However, those leaders in justice who embrace the risk principle have been rewarded. And this is a very recent example from this year. The district attorney in Suffolk County in Massachusetts has made a decision not to prosecute certain low-level crimes. And research shows that the decision not to prosecute, that decision alone, to prevent that sort of preliminary threshold exposure to the criminal justice system after arrest, leads to less crime. Significant reductions in recidivism, just the decision to avoid the intervention of prosecution itself. Now, aside from ignoring the risk principle, there are other problems with algorithms, and this is not unique to justice. The problem is when algorithmic findings, maybe that's not quite the word I'm reaching for, when an algorithm or the recommendation from an algorithm conflicts with discretion or professional judgment. And what we've seen in the use of algorithms in the justice space, perhaps not surprisingly, is that judges tend to override them quite a bit. So while the purpose of an algorithm might be to level the playing field, reduce bias in human decision-making, in heuristics, in cognitive biases, because there is no jurisdiction in the United States, and probably no jurisdiction in the world, that completely constrains judicial decision-making, judicial discretion. In every jurisdiction that's tried to roll out an algorithm, judges can still override them, and they do. Here's a particularly striking example from Kentucky, which at one point was considered the flagship or paradigm for pretrial risk assessment, no longer. And this is one of the findings, that the median judge in Kentucky granted release without monetary bail to only 37% of defendants who the algorithm scored as low or moderate risk. In other words, the median judge in Kentucky overruled the presumptive default 2/3 of the time. So 2 out of 3 cases, the judge would overrule the algorithm, and when they overruled the algorithm, they overruled it and incarcerated someone who would have otherwise been released. Now, in the justice space, implementation problems are ubiquitous. They are not unique to algorithms. Here is a hot off the press example coming out of New York City. As some of you may know, New York State recently passed bail reform law that should and did result in many more people being released pre-trial rather than being incarcerated while their cases are pending. But what this data analysis by my colleagues at the Center for Court Innovation found was that judges reverted to setting bail more often. So beginning in May of 2020 and increasing throughout this last summer, New York City public officials were making unsupported claims, linking bail reform to spikes in gun violence. And so judges, despite legislation to the contrary, began using bail at much higher rates and therefore incarcerating more people while their cases were pending. The other problem with algorithms and some of the concerns about using algorithms in the justice space is that algorithms make mistakes. These are probabilities, not predictions. And so we do see false negatives, right? And in this example, a false negative would be someone who is statistically low risk, right? Statistically, someone who's not likely to be rearrested, but is rearrested, right? That would be a false negative. And even more disconcerting are false positives, where someone based on an algorithm is assessed to be high risk and most likely is incarcerated. But had they been released, they wouldn't have been arrested, right? Algorithms make mistakes. But because algorithms make mistakes, and because law enforcement and prosecutors tend to disproportionately arrest and prosecute and charge more seriously people of color, you're going to see disproportionately more mistakes being made adversely affecting or disproportionately affecting people of color, even if the algorithm is facially neutral. So this is a huge concern in our space, and one that aside from perhaps some kind of statistical modeling that wouldn't be practical or perhaps ethical or constitutional on the ground, we have not been able to work through. This is a sticking point. What's also interesting about algorithms in the justice space is what we can say empirically. So here are some of the claims that are made both for and against. Algorithms better classify risk than decision makers on their own. In other words, they're better at predicting statistical risk of rearrest than a judge looking at a rap sheet and using their discretion, experience, and intuition. Vary in accuracy depending on tool content and local application. That's a critique, right? That depending on how the tool was created, was it based on a national data set? Was it based on a local data set? How rigorous was the validation process, right? That will affect accuracy and the predictive power of the tool, and it will likely affect the false negative and false positive rates. Algorithms are at odds with notions of individualized justice, right? This is a system where everyone has their day in court and an individualized determination of the facts of the case and the applicable law. But if algorithms are making decisions based on big data sets, isn't that at odds with our notions of justice, individual justice? Some say the opposite. Some say no. It's actually leading to more individualized justice because it's providing decision makers with more information and better information to make decisions based on individual facts, circumstances, and applicable law. Algorithms are challenging to implement and often fail in practice. We've already discussed this. They hold up a mirror to issues and trends in current practice. That's often a defense of algorithms, right? If an algorithm codifies the status quo, don't blame the algorithm, blame the status quo. If you're seeing racial bias in justice data, the algorithm may be perpetuating it, but it doesn't originate in the algorithm. It originates in law enforcement, prosecutors, and frankly, it originates upstream of the justice system, the school to prison pipeline, policing practices, inequities in terms of healthcare, access to services, right? The defense of the algorithm is not producing the injustices that appear in the data. It increases decision transparency and consistency. With an algorithm, you can see how different elements of, for example, a rap sheet are being scored. Whereas if a judge makes a decision, they may choose to make a record of the decision, but even then, unless you have some kind of power that is yet to be demonstrated. You can't look inside their head and see exactly how they're weighing things, and you certainly can't see the role of bias, racial bias, implicit bias, cognitive bias, right? Judges who arraign criminal cases tend to do so in very, very quick, fast-paced, chaotic courthouses. There's a lot of noise, there's a lot of pressure. They rely on shortcuts, heuristics, and there's a lot of room for bias, cognitive bias, along with racial bias. So the idea here is that there's transparency. You can see the risk factors. You can see how the different factors are weighted. You can see how they're scored in the algorithm, and a modicum of consistency that will offset the way that judges, particularly judges sitting in different courtrooms on a similar shift, may be weighing these things on their own. Helps decrease pretrial detention overall. Fewer people are going to go to jail if you can add a measure of rigorous data and if you can offset bias with risk information. Algorithms draw on historically biased data. They increase racial disparities in incarceration, not decrease them. They reduce implicit bias because they're interrupting the bias that's inherent in the judicial decision-making process or the prosecutorial charging process or even the arrest process in some jurisdictions that use algorithms at the arrest stage. Increases punitive responses in high-risk cases. The argument here is that once you label someone high risk, a judge's likelihood or a prosecutor's likelihood in being comfortable releasing that person is probably going to decrease, right? They're going to be more inclined to incarcerate them. So which of these are supported by research? And where we are right now in our field is all of them. Research is inconclusive on every point in the last slide. You can marshal some data points and some research to support those claims or to refute them. That's where we are. So what we've concluded on this issue of risk assessment algorithms is that in order to make heads or tails of the ethics and the efficacy of algorithmic strategies, algorithmic decision-making in the justice space, you have to reach beyond them. And to come back to the theme before, it comes down to policy and it comes down to values. That at the end of the day, risk assessments are tools, so they have the potential to do a lot of good, but it is certainly not inevitable. And the onus inevitably falls on practitioners and ultimately tracks their values. Okay, in my remaining 2 minutes, what's bringing it all back home to this notion of values, I want to present a paradox of empirical data, which is that often it sort of cuts against a technocratic approach to or view of justice reform or of how to make the world essentially a better, fairer place. In other words, it's sort of in its own, again, I would say paradoxical way, is all too human. And I'm going to take an example because I like talking about therapy because it tends to interest most people, and a lot of people have had some experience or at least know someone who's had an experience in therapy. And as it was mentioned in my introduction, I am a clinician by training as well as a lawyer, and I've done a lot of work around the intersection between the criminal legal system and mental health systems in the United States. And what's interesting is that the rigorous research on therapy shows at the end of the day that what makes or breaks therapy is relationships. And this is from some of the meta-analytic work that's been done on psychotherapy outcomes, on therapy outcomes. And what is striking is that with this meta-analysis, we find that things like empathy and positive regard, collaboration and alliance are far more determinative of outcomes than treatment differences, adherence to protocols, or even the rated competence of therapists. And what's striking is we spend a lot of time in the mental health space and in the justice space concerned about models, theories, methods, evidence-based protocols, whether evidence-based protocols have been implemented with fidelity. And what's striking about this research on therapy outcomes is when it comes to effect size, those specific factors tend to fall away compared to relational factors. What's also striking, and I'm almost done, is that in practice, even folks who are adherents to a more technocratic sensibility, a more evidence-based or data-driven sensibility, who might even fetishize manualized treatments and approaches to therapy, it doesn't always bear out in their practice. And what's interesting about the research here, which I can only scratch the surface, is that even in controlled studies designed to compare manualized treatments, therapists interact with patients in different ways, implement interventions differently, and introduce processes not specified by the treatment manuals. And in some cases, investigators had difficulty determining from verbatim session transcripts which manualized treatment was being provided when and to whom. And again, these were rigorous RCTs. What's also incredible from the empirical research on therapy is that a therapist's allegiance or preference to a treatment modality accounts for upwards of 69% of the variance in treatment outcomes. And this is not just dynamic therapy versus cognitive behavioral versus gestalt versus family systems. This is also psychopharmacology. It turns out that a practitioner's belief that what they're doing and the way that they're working is the most effective, appropriate thing to do accounts for 69, so practically 70% of the variance or the success rates of the treatment. So this is my concluding note, and it's an encouragement for everyone here to embrace liminality. Liminality is the notion that when you're in a state betwixt and between, when you're in a transitional state, that there are opportunities. And to quote William Blake, again, we should quote romantic poetry at business conferences. That's clearly a good idea. In the universe, there are things that are known and things that are unknown, and in between there are doors. And what I would argue is that while there are good critiques, I've presented some of the use of empirical data, of algorithms, certainly of AI, which we didn't touch upon, in the justice space that tend to conjure Orwellian concerns, that tend to conjure concerns about panoptic surveillance. There are also opportunities. And so the idea here, I would say, is not to fetishize technology and not to assume that because something is empirically based, it's objective, it's neutral, it's right, but also not to be too quick to discount these things because they're somehow inherently problematic, because they're not. We have seen that they create efficiencies, and we're just scratching the surface on how to reconcile the efficiencies and the sophistication of AI and machine learning with these real ethical issues and these value questions in the justice space. I love you, Atlanta. Good night.
Thank you very much, Julian. Very insightful and a perspective I think the public doesn't often hear, or most people are not familiar with. At this time, I would like to introduce Kurt Kendall, who is our executive sponsor from Publishers Clearinghouse, and he will talk a little bit about his experience as a capstone sponsor, the benefits to his company, and why he sponsors one of our capstone projects, and then he'll turn it over to the team to talk about the project that they did this year. Kurt, thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I will warn in advance that at no point will I quote romantic poetry. As an analytics person, probably not my personality type, as my wife will say. So first off, I want to thank Scott for many months ago actually reaching out and asking me to participate. I'll talk a little bit about my bio and Publishers Clearinghouse and the program, but first and foremost, I look at this as a really great opportunity on three fronts. So first off is, just purely from a business standpoint, the opportunity to work with academic environments, sort of the freedom that be able to provide, look at problems in a different way, I think is very much unique. You can't always do everything you want from a business standpoint, and bringing the expertise from academics is important. The second thing is I just love the opportunity to work with students, help them understand the difference between the theory and the reality of it, of data science and the applications. And in this project, the team certainly had a lot of examples of the translation of the theory to the practice. And the third thing is the ability just to get a new set of eyes on problems that as a team here at Publishers Clearinghouse, we may have been looking at the same problem in a certain way, and to get a new fresh set of eyes on things is a great opportunity. So overall, we were excited as a company, and I was excited as the lead here at Publishers Clearinghouse to participate in this program, to have the team, and if anything, even with high expectations, I think the program and the experience certainly exceeded our expectations, and you're going to see a snapshot of some of that great work. Real quickly on myself, I'm the Chief Analytics Officer here at Publishers Clearinghouse. Backgrounds worked for a lot of different companies in a similar capacity, especially in the last half decade. Publishers Clearinghouse, many of you may know about us. As I always joke anytime I describe our company, is we are the company that gives away money, but we're also not the company that was Ed McMahon, if I'm going to date myself with my gray hair. So we give away money. Of the history of the company, I think it's now a little bit over $500 million. And that's our value proposition to consumers. We actually have several commercial businesses underneath that. One of them is commerce, which is what I'll talk about in a second in terms of the business problem that we were looking at. And the other is around media. So we have a media publishing business. A lot of our customers come to our websites, come to our digital apps, and we allow advertisers to put ads in front of those consumers based on the first party data that we collect with consumers. But the problem that we then had, and then we worked with Jenna, Cassandra, and Boping on, was not on that side of it, but on our traditional legacy side of our business, in particular our direct to consumer, direct mail business as it relates to commerce. And over the years, it's been our biggest channel to reach consumers, but also a place where, quite frankly, we hadn't necessarily brought a fresh set of look into how do we actually go and attract new customers into that space. And so I joined the company a year ago. Scott actually reached out not necessarily that long after I joined, and we kind of said this would be a great program to participate in. And what we want to do is look at that question of how do we use all of the information assets that are available to us as direct marketers, as data scientists, and look at that question about how to identify consumers in the marketplace that are going to be attracted to our retail offering. And so with that, the team is going to sort of walk you through what they found as they went through this, and look forward to having them share the exciting work that they did.
All right, thanks, Kurt. Let me share my screen. All right, so hopefully everyone can see my screen. Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We're excited to share with all of you our results and findings from our project with Publishers Clearinghouse, or PCH for short. I'm going to first go ahead and introduce the team, which is made up of myself, Cassandra Wu, Jenna Rabinovich, and Boping Deng. So PCH is a marketing company that markets merchandise through sweepstakes and other prize-based games. And our business problem, or main objective for this project, was to find which attributes made good customers. And good customers we define as customers who complete their payments. What we wanted to do was find informative features that could be used to identify these good customers. And using the data, we created models to predict the good customers, and then dug in deeper into the features that the model indicated as important. So in order to accomplish this goal, we created two models. So the first model we called our customer model, which was created to predict which customers would pay. And here a customer is defined as someone who has placed an order, entered a sweepstakes, or subscribed to PCH. And then our second model, or our prospect model, predicted which prospects were likely to pay. And here prospects are defined as customers that received a specific marketing communication and would be potential paying customers. So now I'm going to go into the data sources that we used for our models. So we had customer data, and this data was generated when a user creates a PCH account and there's variables that include some demographic features about the customers. Then we also had our sample or prospect data, and this was the random sample of customers who received one of 3 specific marketing campaigns. Then we had Merkle data, or third-party data, which gave us some more detailed demographic information about the customers. And then finally, we had some order data as well, which was information generated at the time that the order is placed about the order. So now I'm going to talk a little bit more about the data that we used for the prospects. So as you can see, for each of these efforts, based on this breakdown of the prospect data, it appears that there's an opportunity for PCH to focus on increasing the number of good customers. As you can see, for each marketing campaign, the percentage of prospects that actually place an order, and then of those that place an order, what percentage actually pay. So now I'm going to hand it off to Boping to talk a little bit more about the data preparation and modeling.
Thank you, Cassandra. For the data preparation, we first filter the data to include information 2 years prior to the marketing effort date in order to avoid a data leakage issue. And then we did feature engineering. We created 3 variables. One is the total order in 2 years, and the one is the total order amount in 2 years. The last one is the order duration between order created and order clear. After that, we did transformation for category variables to convert them into binary variable and normalize the order numerical features. For the feature selection, we explored 400 Merkle data and 80 order data. We finally selected 2 features, mobile and video games, based on the feature importance shown and correlation higher than 0.2. We also removed the features with high correlation to other important features. For the model part, we tried 3 models: logistic regression, random forest, and AdaBoost. We finally chose to use AdaBoost because AdaBoost gave us a higher AUC score than logistic regression and random forest and didn't have overfitting issues. And then we run 2 AdaBoost models. One is for the current customer and one is for the prospect customer. We check the informative features and compare the top 5 attributes based on the coefficient from current customer model and prospect customer model in order to identify which attributes influence target variables the most. And here is the overlapping features and the non-overlapping features based on the comparison. We can see that there are totally 3 overlapping features: total order amount, total order, and effort between order. The prospect, and there are 2 non-overlapping features for the current customer model and 2 non-overlapping features for the prospect customer. And Jenna will talk about the specific finding.
Thanks, Boping. Next slide, Cassandra. Oh, okay. So now we're going to deep dive into each variable to see if any of the important features show a significant difference between our target customers and non-target customers and prospects, so that we can make a recommendation to our client. Go back actually, Cassandra. Okay, yeah, perfect. Cute. Okay. So to begin, we'll go through the features that were shown to be important in both models. So first, as we can see here, the average total amount for both the target customers and the target prospects is significantly higher than the non-target customers and prospects. However, it is interesting to see that, sorry, my Wi-Fi keeps, okay. It is interesting to see how high the non-target customer total spend is considering they do not complete their payments. And this is similar to the next variable, which is the average number of orders placed per customer over the 2-year time span prior to the effort date. This is a similar finding to the last one in that the target customers have almost doubled the amount of orders per customer than the non-target customers, and the target prospects are about 35% higher than the non-target prospects, but both the non-target customers still place a large number of orders. In both the average and total order amount and average total orders placed analysis, we can see the significant revenue loss for PCH. And finally, we have the number of marketing efforts between order variables. It is interesting to see that the number of marketing efforts in between orders for target customers is slightly less than the number of marketing efforts in between orders for non-target customers, and the reverse is true for the prospects. This initially raised questions such as, are the customers receiving more efforts because there's more time in between their clear date and the order date, or are the additional efforts actually driving people to not complete their purchases? But once we looked into the prospect distribution, we decided to rule this variable out as a distinguishing factor, but still wanted to note the similarity in the target and non-target customers and prospects. We also wanted to look into the non-overlapping variables because they still could be indicative or have some representation of a good customer. So to begin with, we started with the 2 remaining features in the customer model, communication channel type I and mail buyers. From this chart, we don't see a strong reason to continue exploring down this path with the shown distribution because it's more indicative of non-target customers. And next, we have the mail buyer variable. This variable shows us the majority of customers are mail buyers, which also didn't provide us with anything to recommend to the client, as we don't see a huge distinguishing factor between good customers and bad customers. And then finally, we look at the important features specific to only the prospect model. Again, these variables are not very informative, which you can see from first glance, but just to cover our bases, the current value amount variable is slightly higher for the target customers, which may indicate that good customers spend more per order, and the order duration variable is slightly higher for the non-target prospects, which would make sense if the prospect does not complete their payment within the provided payment due date. So that leads us to our final recommendations. We believe we have found solid insight that can allow PCH to target good customers and prospects. The predictive model will allow PCH to look within their current customer and prospect base to increase revenue and decrease lost payments. As far as the important features go, we believe PCH should continue to target customers who have previously placed a low number of orders and completed their payments, because as we saw before, good customers have on average a high number of total orders and order values. This means PCH's customer retention is strong, and we should continue to solidify those newer customers that have a good track record of completing their payments. Additionally, PCH could decrease the amount of marketing efforts on all customers to reduce their advertising costs, since we saw that a similar number of efforts are being sent to the non-target customers and prospects that is being sent to the target customers and prospects, and they might not even complete their payments. And that concludes our presentation. We appreciate the opportunity to present to you all today and are more than happy to answer any additional questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jenna, Cassandra, and Bo-Ping. That was a great presentation, and we appreciate you sharing it with the audience today. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Allison Jacobs, and I am the Associate Director of Admissions for the MSBA program. I have been in my role since 2017, which is when we started the program. And just this week, we finalized our 5th cohort that will begin the MSBA journey this coming July. The MSBA journey actually begins long before the student steps foot on the Emory campus. Through a variety of webinars and recruiting events, we prepare applicants for our rigorous application process. In addition to the normal admissions requirements like the GMAT, TOEFL, letters of recommendations, we also ask that our students demonstrate an ability to grasp quantitative and technical portions of our program. Because we feel that diversity of background is very important in the cohort, we will admit students from all academic degrees, including engineering, business, economics, STEM, and liberal arts. For those students who do not take high-level math or computer science classes, we actually assign online courses via DataCamp and Coursera in Python, R, and SQL to prepare our students for the technical nature of the program. Once the students start in this very rigorous program, they gain skills in business, data, and technology that transform them into business data scientists. But more than just the coding, the math, and business skills, I believe the most valuable thing our MSBA provides our students is confidence. Confidence to go into full-time analyst roles and immediately begin contributing on day one. After reviewing thousands of applications and interviewing hundreds of candidates, I've learned that being a successful student in this program is just as much about attitude as it is about aptitude, and that our small class size is fundamental to each student's personal success. I value my role in this program because I get to be a part of the student's journey from when they first express interest to the program on to when they graduate and become successful data scientists. So to all of our graduating students, I would like to say congratulations, you made it just like I knew you would. To our alumni, I appreciate all of that you do to help in the admissions process, whether it's connecting with a prospective student or preparing them for their journey ahead. I could not be successful in the recruiting process without you. And to all the budding business data scientists in the audience today, I invite you to begin your transformative journey with us by reaching out to me after the conference. I would now like to turn things over to one of our graduating students, Ryan Chen, to introduce our next speaker.
Thank you so much, Allison. My name is Ryan Chen, and I'm a student in the MSBA program, graduating cohort of 2021. I'm so pleased to be with you this afternoon, and it's my great honor to introduce our guest speaker, Dr. Baman Ingeta. Baman is a senior principal in the data science group within Medtronic's diabetes unit. In his role, he's responsible for the development of some of the core machine learning engines underlying Medtronic's technologies. He's a strong advocate for the application of explainability or XAI methods early in the research and development process. Baman grew up in Germany and received his Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics from the University of Hamburg. He continued his graduate studies in the United States, where he received his doctoral degree in mathematics from the University of Kansas. Following graduation, Baman was professor in mathematics department at the University of California, Riverside. In 2008, amid the global financial crisis, Baman joined the quantitative finance industry, where he headed a team responsible for creating and maintaining risk models for portfolios of bonds and derivatives. Now, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Baman Ingeta.
Thank you very much, Ryan, and my thanks to the organizers. I'm going to attempt to share my screen. Let me know in a moment if you don't see it. That should be it. So I hope you guys are able to see my screen now. And thanks again for this opportunity. Would be lovely to do this at some point in person, but I'm glad that these events are being organized. I'm going to talk about today about bias in data as it pertains to healthcare, particularly medical devices, and talk about some of the issues that are actually in development as we process in terms of regulations. Let's see. there. I'm going to give a brief intro on Medtronic before I proceed, to give you an idea how I got here and what we do currently with the data. So the company was founded in 1949, and it is one of the largest, if not the largest, medical device manufacturer in the world. And if you go to the website, you'll see the various business units and the fields that are currently part of Medtronic. And I'm in the top right corner in diabetes. And I wanted to give you a brief idea of what we do and why, data sciences are needed when it comes to treating this chronic disease. So I'm going to focus on just one aspect of it because it's a critical one, and just this is just to give you an idea. So continuous glucose monitoring is what I'm going to briefly describe, but I'll give you a background on what diabetes is, just to set this up. So sugar is what fuels our cells, glucose in particular, and our body produces a hormone, insulin, that's needed to let that glucose enter our cells. Type 1 diabetes is a chronic condition where the pancreas produces little or no insulin. This is an autoimmune disease where the body attacks the pancreas, and this has to be addressed. There's no cure for it. The treatment focuses on managing blood glucose concentration via injections of insulin. That's the good news, that we can produce insulin synthetically, but the body would do it in a very coordinated way constantly. So now someone living with diabetes had to measure the blood sugar several times a day and administer the right dosage of insulin to be within the correct range. And that's necessary partly as a life extending measure, but also there are other complications that if the concentration of sugar in the blood is too high, those organs that have the very fine capillaries, they start to suffer. So you can go blind, retinopathy, or the kidney would be next, and the extremities of the body. So it's not something that can be ignored, but it was a burden on the patients having to maintain that themselves at all times. Too much glucose in the bloodstream has the harmful effects that it's just mentioned, but if it's also too much insulin, that can have severe immediate effects. If the blood sugar is too low, you could go into a coma and die from it. So already you can tell as a data scientist or as a mathematician, this is a lopsided problem. It's not symmetrical. So you can take more risk on one side temporarily, but you cannot go so far on the other side. That has implication for our data collection and what it means for our algorithms, for instance. So in order to be able to manage this, ideally, you would have to have a real-time signal. So on your blood sugar, and know at any given time what it is, and a control mechanism to administer the right amount of insulin at any time. And this is what CGM could broadly be referred to. So what you see here is a sensor, and that is what Medtronic and some of the other companies make, that is put on the body, put on your skin, and constantly knows the amount of glucose in your tissues, which is reflective of what's in the blood. And what you see in the phone, first of all, it gives a nice size comparison, but also this is where the data aspect and the control mechanism comes in. So a few words on the sensor is that, glucose goes from the bloodstream into the interstitial tissue. There's a sensor measuring it, and this data is recorded and transmitted to a pump that the patient wears. Or it could be that they choose to administer themselves, but the ideal setup would be that they have the pump, and now you have a feedback mechanism. You have a closed loop where the sensor tells the pump what the amount of glucose is. The pump can adjust the insulin throughout the day, and this way the patient can then take themselves mostly out of that loop. The sensors are replaced weekly. You wear them all the time when you sleep, take a shower, swim, and the transmitter is rechargeable. And two of them work in unison with each other, communicate with each other, and constantly adjust the insulin dosage. This already, and I'm going to come back to this, shows you at least two parts very clearly where data comes into play and where AI, ML are employed, data science in general. Within the sensor itself, what you're measuring is something chemical. So you have an electrochemical reaction. You measure a very faint current, but you have to translate that in how much grams per liter or milligrams per deciliter blood sugar there is. On the other hand, you have obviously the optimization and the control mechanism in place. So that, like I said, is one aspect of what we do, but that gives us plenty to do, and it's affecting lives of anyone living with this condition. I'm going to leave it at that. That was just a setup in terms of the kind of work we do. I'm going to come back to one aspect of it later when I talk about that. What I'm going to do next is not very exciting. It's the boring part of the talk, but bear with me. So we have to talk about the regulations, because as you know, in many countries in Europe and in the US, medical devices and medical processes are heavily regulated for good reason. And I want to tell you a bit about the history, how this is done in this country and where we are right now. I'm going to go through it somewhat quickly, bear with me, and then we get to perhaps things that you might find more interesting. We start with the FDA for the government regulation. It's Food and Drug Administration is an agency of the Department of Health and Human Services. It's one of the oldest, most comprehensive consumer protection agencies we have, and it covers many things: food, drugs, cosmetics, human and animal medicine, even tobacco. As part of it, that is of interest to us, is the Center for Device and Radiological Health. That's a branch of the FDA that was established in 1948, and that branch regulates devices, medical devices, and anything that emits radiation. So that's responsible for the approval. It evaluates the devices even after they have been on the market, and it oversees manufacturing, performance, safety. That raises the question, what is a medical device if you want to be strict and define it? It's not a very exciting definition. The interesting part is it does not achieve its purpose through a drug, and it does not necessarily include other aspects that are not part of the main function, such as data storage or electronic patient records. So this is all clearly established. What does that mean for us? If you go one step further, there is 3 classes of these devices that are based on risk levels: low, moderate, and high. And I say a bit about the controls in place, and I'll probably skip the part about the submissions. We can do without that part. So the general controls for class 1 devices are not that interesting: labeling, reporting, and so forth. Special controls are become more interesting when it comes to the design, performance, and testing of the device. And there's different ways to get to these devices to the markets. Let's skip that for now. Let me give you some examples what that means. The class 1 devices are not exciting at all if you look at the list that is there. The tongue depressor you see at the doctor, or an electronic toothbrush, or bandits. These are considered medical devices by definition. Things get more interesting if you go to class 2 devices. So catheters, contact lenses are still in there, but blood transfusion kits. So clearly there is more technology being implemented. These are the ones where the general controls are not considered sufficient, so they have their own class. But things get really interesting with class 3 devices. And these are often implants, and they have a direct impact, immediate impact on the body. So you can tell already from the examples listed here that there is a high risk profile. And what does that mean for the industry itself? There's a notion of software as a medical device now that is defined, and I try to give you a very short but clear version of it by redacting all the other text. And basically, software intended for medical purposes that performs those purposes without being part of a hardware medical device. So what they're saying is essentially you have standalone software for medical purposes. The algorithms that we deal with as data scientists, they are considered a medical device. Example would be a computer-aided detection algorithm that performs image processing to help detect breast cancer, or an app you might have on the phone that looks at MRI images. And this is where things are right now. And here we don't have to read through this, but I highlighted parts that I thought were interesting. As it was discussed earlier today, the algorithms we develop, they codify and they store the past, in particular any biases that exist. One strength of AI and ML is that it's adaptive, right? It can learn from the new data and change. Here, what's interesting is the FDA very clearly says their paradigm currently is not designed for this technology, which means that you cannot deploy algorithms and constantly change when they're in the field. Any changes would have to be basically approved again and would be considered a new device. That's a critical point. So we cannot easily rely on that to adjust, but have to take that into account. And FDA realized that there's a need for a change there and says there is now a new notion being considered, a total product life cycle, where they determined that we could lay out the predetermined changes that we plan to roll out, have a change control plan and an algorithm change protocol that is disclosed first. And that's a critical step to allow these devices in the field to get updated more so than they are right now. This is in development. This has not been established yet. So the FDA works directly with industry, with us and others, and there is back and forth. They solicit feedback. And I thought this was interesting to point it out here, because right now, as we speak, this is being hashed out, and it will take probably a couple of years, but it's going to be very critical for how these devices are being used in the field. So that pertains to the ongoing algorithm changes. And as long as you can pre-specify how things are done, there might be a possibility to open this up to this new kind of devices. Here is a diagram of how they envision it. Again, this is work in process, and it's all public knowledge on FDA's website. As you can see, some of it is just standard AI model development and production, but the FDA is interjecting parts that they think would be beneficial to be able to control the risk, essentially, what they're trying to do. So we are interested in bias. And if you look for bias, what you find basically is FDA's feedback or response to what it received from the industry, and essentially acknowledging it. But it is not still clear how this is going to be handled. So they realize that this is not just exclusive to AI ML, but the more so important because these methods, this technology can be very opaque, and that historical data is all vulnerable to bias, and that these biases can affect individuals or populations. So the FDA acknowledges this, and the goal is to work with industry and academia to explore ways to address it, but nothing concrete exists right now. I'm going to leave it at that, and we're going to get to parts that many of us might find more interesting, and give you some examples as to what happens when you collect data, when you deploy solutions into the field to be used. So one thing that we want to talk about is breadth and balance, and I distinguish between that. So by breadth, I mean not class imbalance as to the outcomes that you're trying to predict, but feature imbalance, meaning certain subpopulation might be underrepresented in your data. So obvious examples of that would be race, gender, age, or any combination of those. I'm going to give you an example from what we had earlier. I mentioned to you that we are converting signals and reporting on the blood glucose of the patients. You want to know that this device performs well in all sorts of ranges. So if the blood sugar is low or high, that's critical. There's a problem here, because if you look at the distribution of the data, then you have this asymmetry, you have a longer tail on the right. So the ideal range for a patient here would be, if you look at the peak here and go back basically about, let's say, 6 to 8 bars, that would be an ideal range. Anything outside of this, we try to correct. And we have enough data for high glycemic range, and it's easy for us to use that data to hone on algorithms. It can be a challenge for the hypoglycemic range, and the reason is you cannot even induce it. It would be irresponsible, and it's not an option to put patient in that dangerous zone, because, as I said earlier, once it gets any lower, the patient could fall into a coma. So here is where we have to become creative, and I cannot go into details, but there are quite a bit of work is being done to address this feature imbalance, that we cover this hypoglycemic region in a way that we are confident in the performance, whereas we wouldn't have that challenge on the other side because of the abundance of data. There are obviously other examples of this. If you have ages or races or ethnicities or socioeconomic status that is not well represented in the data. The other imbalance that we are all also aware of is that some classes that we are trying to predict are underrepresented. For example, you might have low coverage for a rare condition or some disease that's newly emergent. So there are ways or tools that can address that to some extent, sampling techniques, clustering techniques, but the obvious thing would be to collect more data. And this is where it's well-intentioned, but a new problem can arise. So if you want to collect additional data, you're doing it for the purpose to compensate for this class that was underrepresented. And you might go about it in a different way than the original data, that the true data in the field that was collected. And that can introduce issues that might go undetected if you don't pay attention to it. And I'll try to highlight that through an example. So you should always be concerned, was the data volunteer, was it coerced, was it free, or was it licensed? The goal was to obtain the data, but we did obtain it in a way as the rest of the data. That can lead to a spurious correlation. And this is something that I want to show you as an example. So that's correlations that exist and are not meaningless or not desired. So let's say you have a true label in the field and a negative labels, you don't have enough of them and you want to collect them through an additional effort to enhance your data set. This could lead to some hidden unintended consequences, as I'm going to show you in this example for melanoma recognition. You have created a convolutional neural network. So the image is fed to an AI model, and it's supposed to distinguish between benign and malignant lesions. You have plenty of malignant lesion samples from doctors as they take images from the patients. You don't have enough from the benign one. So you go out and start collecting that data. So it's going to look something like this. These are the malignant cancers, and you have plenty of those. And then you take photos of what you know are benign lesions for this purpose alone. Something already happened here that you might not be aware of. The data that you just collected did not go through the same channels or was not exposed to the same processes. And here's something that was discovered by a group of academicians for something that's already in the field. A model that existed out there had a specificity that was off by 40%, so that you had a false positive rate that was too high. The way this happened was that skin markings that were made by the doctor using surgical ink existed for the malignant lesions and not for the benign ones, because the benign ones were just, the photos were taken for this purpose, most likely, whereas the doctor records, that was the process that the patient went through with the doctor, and they contained some marks on the photo of the lesions. I'm going to show you this to you in a second. So the model essentially learned to exploit that. So the model learned that if someone bothered to mark around the mole with a pen, then it's probably a cancerous one, which in this case for that data is correct, but it's not correct in general. Here's an example. You have something benign. The model correctly classified it as benign with a low score. And this was done, by the way, by the academicians who tested this algorithm. They then added some marks with a pen, and suddenly the model said this is a malignant lesion. If they zoomed in for the same lesion, the model was correct again. This is a serious issue, and it would have been undetected perhaps if people had not looked at it. It didn't arise as far as we know in the field, but this research group discovered it. Here is an overall snapshot. So you can see on the left, the model performed very well, was very confident with melanoma, and still gave good answers for benign nearby. But once you had marked the lesions, the model was useless at distinguishing the benign ones. So you have a very wide range from almost 0 to 100%. And once you zoomed in on it and cropped the image, again, the model performed better. So lesson to be learned in this case is surgical markers should not be used, or you should zoom in if you want to use the existing data. But the general lesson is that these data sets were collected in different ways, and there was an inherent bias part of it. It was a difference between them that was not clear when the model was produced. And this was, by the way, something that was approved for as a medical device in the European market. So it was not just a research experiment. I'll give you another example of this. Perhaps you've spotted this. This one was caught before a device was made, because the researchers creating the models can easily spot it. There is a distinct difference between the ones on the left and the right. If you look closer, that gives away, namely, these markers. And again, if the doctor is taking an image, they're doing it because they think this is a high risk lesion, or they know it's a malignant lesion, and they put the scales next to it because they monitor this over time. So they want to measure the growth. But if you go out there and take images of benign lesions, especially as a layman, you may not be aware of it. So those markers would be missing, and the algorithm absolutely will pick that up. I want to give a brief word here on explainability, which is a tool that could be used when you want to detect bias. It's going to be very brief, but this is also how this research group that I mentioned discovered this issue with the markers, or could verify it. There are tools, and they're not easy to use, and they're not perfect, but that can tell you what the model is looking at. And when they did it, between unmarked and marked regions, the difference was very clear. From the unmarked region on the left, the model is looking at the mole itself, at the lesion itself. But as soon as they added the marks from the pen, things changed. It was distracted by it. Here's another example. This is not to say that it thinks the markings are a lesion. Not at all. It just shows you what it's paying attention to. So it still may be able to distinguish, maybe it understands that those are pen markings, but it has learned that when pen markings are present, go by that. Don't bother looking at the lesion. And the heat map below shows you exactly what the model was paying attention to. One proposal and something that I'm a supporter of is that these explainability models, even though they are imperfect, should be used early on in the process to give you an insight as to what the model is using. And then that might help you to detect bias early on. One lesson from this in general is AI models will cheat whenever they can. They will exploit whatever they find in the data, which is not necessarily what you want them to look at. You want them to look at the lesion, not at skin markings. And can the model explain itself? Often the answer is no. Can we? And at this point, again, often the answer is no, unless there's a lot of effort and time spent on it. Let's talk about, again, changes in the data as you have it in the lab or in the field, what to choose and what to omit. So the scope of the training data should conform to what the data is in the field. And by that, I mean the following. You might have training data that's very rich and you're tempted to use it. You might not know better. It may turn out that in the field, some of that data is always not available, often not available, or is very sparse. The reason is your training data was collected over time, so it accumulated, so you get a rich history. But when the model is being used, it's not in the same setting. So you have a patient record, and you call them a patient because they were diagnosed with a disease and you've been tracking them for years. So you have all that data, and by all means, you should use it for many purposes. But if you train a model to predict these things in the field, someone who comes in, they don't have that history. So the model should not rely on history that was collected for patients where they are known to have the disease. So this should inform you, and you should go back and reconsider if you want to use those features, if you know they are going to be sparse in the field. Let me give you an example of that. Patient record health, as I said, evolves over time and items are added to it. So someone wanted to have a colon cancer prediction model. And of course, they take the column out that says whether the patient has colon cancer or not, because otherwise the model would pick up on that and realize if this column says yes, colon cancer, then I'm going to return a positive result. So that was taken out. Still, the model performed surprisingly well. And the reason was, after some work was done, it was exploiting records on colonoscopy. And the point is, the average person, the healthy person, the young person may not have any colonoscopy records. But by the time you've been diagnosed or you're at risk, you might have had an abnormally large, you might have had more colonoscopies than the average person. The model was able to see that correlation and pick it up, which is not useful because when you use this in the field on new patients and incoming candidates, you're not going to have that colonoscopy record. So again, there's a disconnect there, and you have to have a way of catching this. And it's not easy. It's not trivial. The models will exploit them, and you have to always be able to question that and look at it at every possible angle. What about data abundance? Should you use everything that's available to you? And this is what I want to advocate for, domain expertise and working with the experts in the domain. I'm going to give you an example. We just cook this up as we go to show you a phenomenon that's been known for over a century. And it gives you an idea how difficult it can be to interpret data and to choose what to look at. Suppose you're told to tell whether two sports players, there's a team manager that wants to acquire one of them, and you're supposed to tell them which one is the better player. Let's say they play darts, and you want to see which one is the better dart thrower. This is completely made up, but I try to keep it as simple as possible. You look at all the data given to you. There are many columns, there's many things in that. In one column, you find the hits, and you realize player had more bullseye hits during that period of time. We all know that's not good enough. You would have to normalize the data. So you look at it and you realize player A was also playing a lot more. So if you look at the hit rate, you realize player B actually has a higher hit rate. So you normalize the data, and that's all you know. You don't know what else to do. Everything else in the data given to you does not really resonate with you. So you want to turn this back to the person that commissioned this. And a friend of you looks over your shoulder and says, hey, player A and B are famous players because they are ambidextrous. They can play with both arms, with both hands, which you didn't know, and you think this is interesting. So you go back and look at the data, and you realize, in fact, there was a column somewhere that called handedness, and it indicates whether they threw with the left or the right hand. And should you care? Should you use this? Does it matter at all? And you go ahead on a limb and say, I'm going to calculate this same metric of a hit rate, which I'm comfortable with. but I'm going to calculate it for each one of those. So you break down the results, the 309 and 240 throws for left and right hand, and you see how many hits and misses they had for those. And you calculate a metric for each player for each one of those categories. So what it is called stratification. For each stratum, you perform the analysis again. And lo and behold, the results now flip. It turns out player A is the better player with either arm, whether they both play with left or right. The only issue was that player left did not use his strong hand as often, whereas player B knew to use his strength. So maybe player A has a lousy coach, or there might be a host of reasons. But when it comes to the skill based on this data, player A is actually a better player per hand, but on aggregate, the result flips. So this is a special case of what we call association reversal, commonly known as Simpson's paradox. This has been known from almost end of 19th century by Carl Pearson. We all know that name, the Pearson correlation coefficient. It got its name after a paper by Simpson in 1951. The numbers here were made up, but this happens a lot. Last year, you might have seen it in the news. The coronavirus hit first in China, and then the next country hit by it was Italy. And early data showed that the fatality rate was higher overall in Italy than in China. But if you broke it down by age group, it was reversed. And if you follow this in the news, different outlets would report this differently. They were not even aware of it, or they didn't know how to handle it. So it's not that you can break something up perfectly, no overlaps, leave nothing out. And if you observe a pattern in all the categories, you cannot assume that pattern holds for a whole population. So as a data scientist or as an AI engineer, what do you do? What part of the data you look at? Do you break things down? Do you look at the whole population? This is the original example by Simpson, and I thought it was worth putting it there. So he cooked this up, and essentially you're measuring success of a treatment. And as you do, you have the group that you apply the treatment to, and then you have the control group. And I think it's a beautiful example. It showed that for the whole population, the treatment showed no benefit. You have 50% success rate. So it's a coin toss, one way or the other. If you look at male or female cohorts, however, then it turns out that the treatment each time has a higher success rate than the control group. So what do you do if you had to decide if this treatment, if this drug, if this application is rolled out? Would you say yes or no? If you look at the whole population, there is no point in doing it, but clearly everyone has a gender. So you're either male or female, and by birth at least, so then you fall in one of those categories, and then yes, you should apply the treatment. So, and this is, if you put it in mathematical terms, which puts it quite succinctly. So my point here is that you have to work with domain experts in order to know how to use the data and what to do with it. So one thing I wanted to quote here, that people creating the algorithm they're not necessarily the same as the clinicians, and they need to work together so that they understand what the data means, what the possibility is physiologically. On the other hand, the clinicians should understand the limitations of the models that we use and the specific algorithms. There needs to be more exchange between them. And they have to have an understanding from each other's work on either side to be able to vet these algorithms as they're being developed, not after they have been rolled out. Another issue is the patent laws. If they were to change so that you actually can patent the algorithm and not, it doesn't have necessarily to be part of the product, then companies maybe are more willing to expose this, what they do, and then the whole community can address any issues that are there. This is not currently the case. So currently the possibilities we have, they outweigh the capabilities of AI. So our visions are more grand than what we're actually doing, but we are moving towards that at a fast pace. We need clarified guidelines from the FDA in order to specify the requirements. And as I show you, this is in process right now, but it is evolving as we speak. In all this, as I was reading this, the regulation, the companies, the law, one thing that I noticed was missing, that was the patient. So we want to do well by them. We want to give them the best solution possible. But at which point do we ask them if they're interested in it or not? And to close, I looked at it from that angle, and sure enough, I found the following. There's a burgeoning use of AI-powered tools, support tools by hospitals and clinics. These are not regulated because they're not medical devices. It's part of their operations. But these are used to guide decision on, which patient do we discharge first if we have limited beds, predict if they're going to develop complications later on. And this is done in the context of the operation of the clinic or hospital. And this is a gray area because it's not clear, it's not a research project that would have to be monitored. It should fall under quality control, but it's part of operation. And as such, it's not disclosed to the patients or the families. So by and large, you might not know if the decision to dismiss you from the hospital or for follow-up care, if there was an AIMN model in place and to what extent it was used. And the people in the legal field are not sure actually how this is going to be handled, but they think based on the cases that yet have so far, the traditional cases, that there might be no liability for the hospitals if they don't disclose it. What does that mean? And to close, this is something that happened and it was recently published, recently being 2019. There is a widely used algorithm that is used by hospitals and applies to about 100 million people at least, that decides which patients are at higher risk, where you have follow-ups with them, so that when they come back in, they don't have to go through the same process and quickly see a nurse, that there are follow-ups with them. And it was doing very poorly when it came to race. Given the same risk score that it was giving, the Black patients were actually considerably more sick than the white patient. So how did this happen? And the difference was not minute. And it turned out, and I was shocked when I read this, that the bias arose because the algorithm was in fact predicting healthcare cost, not illness, which was baffling to me. But it turns out if you research it, healthcare costs can often be a useful proxy for health, except in this case, it was disastrous. In particular, even, so the more you spend on your healthcare, that means maybe the more issues you have, but you have to have the money to begin with to do it. So the bias is baked in right from the beginning. And when these researchers, they adjusted this error and repeated the experiment, the percentage of Black patients that needed care went up from 18%, what the model was saying, to really 47%. So you cannot fall back on proxies when you develop these algorithms, even though you might be tempted to, maybe because you don't have something better, maybe because it's cheaper or easier, because you could bake in the bias right from the beginning. This is, I'm 2 minutes over time. So to quote, all models are wrong, some are useful. This is known and likely said in any industry, but when it comes to healthcare, you suddenly cannot afford to make those mistakes because you're affecting people's lives and their condition throughout their lives. And it's a challenge right now. All the tools and aspects I show is some things we look at and others should be looking at to catch these things as they occur, because they're going to happen. But the goal is to catch it early on and just course for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bauman, for that very insightful presentation. At this time, I would like to take a couple of minutes and tell you about a key part of the Goizueta Master of Science in Business Analytics program. The Goizueta MSBA program culminates with a spring capstone project that builds on the students' foundational coursework and training during the program. The capstone course provides a hands-on learning experience that integrates foundational training with hands-on application to a real business problem with real data and the latest technology. Dr. Chalapa and I typically have multiple conversations with potential sponsors to ensure that we and the client agree on a business problem that will provide the best possible learning experience for the students and also a useful solution to the client. Furthermore, our sponsors provide key components of a business analytics project in the real world. Those components include sponsor domain knowledge and the firm's proprietary data. In some cases, data in the public domain is brought to bear as well. If desired, the client can provide their own cloud computing facilities or use those provided by our program. Deliverables include a technical package that includes empirical models, code, and documentation, as well as cleansed data. A business deck lays out the benefits of the solution in relation to the business problem, as well as the methodology employed by the student team. An executive dashboard provides visualizations and reports that the client can use to help business managers understand and make use of the solution. So how does the capstone project work? We believe that the interaction between students and the client is a critical success factor for both sides. We ensure the students have a solid consulting and project management processes to follow, but having a passionate and engaged client is the most critical element in the equation. It provides the students with the right learning environment and also gives them the required domain knowledge to generate real outcomes from their code and recommendations. As you can see in this graphic, the project team consists of the client, the student team, as well as faculty for coaching support. Members of the client team include at least one business and one technical resource to provide the business context and clarification with data support. The student team consists of 4 to 5 students who work as a consulting team directly with the client. They employ industry standard CRISP DM methodology for data science integrated with Goizueta's proprietary Compass methodology and framework for consulting projects. The combined student and client team meet at least weekly to review project progress and ensure integration with domain knowledge. Throughout the project, the student team also meets each week with our expert faculty and staff coaches. Our faculty provide expert guidance from a methodological and technical perspective. Instead of telling the students what to do, they challenge the students with incisive questions about the decisions they have made through the project process. Other coaches and I meet with the students weekly to ensure the engagement stays on track and that proper project management methodologies are adhered to. Our current and past capstone sponsors include many well-known Fortune 500 firms, as well as younger technology companies. Our partners span industries and the types of problems presented. Some examples are marketing, operations, supply chain, and fraud detection. Some of our sponsors have been with us for multiple years. For example, Federal Express is our foundational partner and has worked with us on multiple projects each year. The Home Depot, Cox Automotive, Cox Communications, Intercontinental Hotels, and Truist Bank have all been with us for multiple cohorts. This year, we are excited to have Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, the largest airport in the world by passenger volume, as our public sector client. We're excited to have 3 of our student teams on today's agenda, as you saw PCH earlier, to present their capstone project. The other client projects today include Truist Bank and Cox Communications. While the capstone project happens each spring, there are many activities to prepare to identify clients and also prepare for the project execution. We have already begun having conversations with new and existing clients to define capstone projects for the spring 2022 cycle. While some project agreements are finalized much earlier, we aim for October and November of this year to finalize the sponsorship agreement and non-disclosure agreements with faculty and staff. Furthermore, that is when clients typically prepare a 10-minute project pitch that we make to the students. As we will have specified a business problem by this time, we work with the client to verify if the appropriate data will indeed be available. In December through early January of 2022, we'll finalize the data access plan. This is also the time when student teams are created and assigned to projects, and the associated documents and NDAs with the client are put in place. Phase 1 begins immediately at the start of the spring semester. At the start of the spring semester, student orientation to the business problem, meetings with clients, and the data generation process begins in earnest. At this stage, clients agree with students on project management standards, and a milestone project review schedule is set in place. With phase 2 of the project, the work begins in earnest. The client and the student team meet regularly according to agreed project management standards and schedule. As this is a student-driven project, the client will provide the domain expertise and feedback on questions. The primary client contact will provide guidance for the milestone presentation and other deliverables. Of course, the client will provide support should there be any challenges with the data or business access to domain experts. We are currently discussing spring 2022 sponsorship opportunities. As I mentioned, Dr. Chalapa and I typically have multiple conversations with each potential client before we mutually determine that a project is beneficial for both parties. Please don't hesitate to contact Dr. Chalapa or myself to schedule a meeting or call to learn more about the MSBA Capstone Partnership opportunities. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We'll see you back then to hear from Genevieve McFarland-Smith, Associate Director of the Center for Equity and Gender Leadership at UC Berkeley Haas School of Business. Genevieve will share how she and the Berkeley Haas School have helped companies mitigate bias in AI using a playbook that they have developed. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and just put the agenda up, and we'll see you again back at 2:30, or let's see, it's already, we're over time a little. Let's say at 2:40 Eastern time. Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. We have a packed agenda for this afternoon. We have coming up next, Genevieve McFarland Smith from the UC Berkeley Haas School of Business. We have two more student capstone presentations, a panel discussion comprised of our four speakers today, as well as a second speaker, Adrienne Pettiford of Pymetrics. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to one of our class of 2021, Joyce Chung, to introduce Genevieve. Joyce, take it away.
Thanks, Scott. Hi, everyone. My name is Joyce Zhang, and I am a student of Emory MSBA class of 2021. I'm pleased to be with you this afternoon, and it's my great honor to introduce our guest speaker, Genevieve Smith. Genevieve Smith is the Associate Director at the Center for Equity, Gender, and Leadership at UC Berkeley's Haas School of Business. She directs and executes on strategy on advanced equity and inclusion in industry and works to foster equity fluency as a key leadership skill for future business leaders. A current area of focus is on mitigating bias in artificial intelligence. She is the lead author of Equity, Gender, and Leadership's Playbook for business leaders on mitigating bias in AI. For over a decade, Genevieve has conducted research and advised Fortune 500 companies on gender equity, women's economic empowerment, and inclusive technology. Prior to working at Haas School of Business, Genevieve worked for the International Center for Research on Women, United Nations Women, and the United Nations Foundation's Clean Cooking Aliens. Now, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Genevieve Smith.
Great. Hello. Thank you, Joyce, for the introduction. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. Okay. Can folks see that all right?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, wonderful. Well, I'm thrilled today to talk to you about mitigating bias in AI and some work that we've been doing around the role that business leaders play in mitigating bias. Again, thank you, Joyce, for the introduction, and it's a pleasure to be with you all today. So I'm just going to walk through why AI systems are biased, the impacts for business as well as for society from this, and then strategic plays for business leaders and how to take action in mitigating bias. I also want this to be interactive, so if folks have questions, feel free to put those in the chat, and I'll try to keep an eye on those questions as they come up. So definitely put any questions that you have in there. So in 2019, I applied for a credit card and my husband applied for the same. I ended up receiving a credit limit that was almost half the size of his, despite having a slightly better credit score and the same income, expenses, and debt. When I dug into this further and how this particular card determines credit limits, I really only grew more suspicious that the credit limit should have been slightly in my favor. And my story echoes something that made headline news late in 2019 when a husband and wife compared their Apple Card spending limits, and despite the wife having factors in her favor, her husband had a credit line that was 20 times higher. Customer service employees were unable to explain why the algorithm had designated her to be less creditworthy. So AI is slated to be the largest economic opportunity of our lifetime, with estimated to contribute $15.7 trillion to the global economy by 2030. AI will disrupt businesses across all industries. So as future business leaders and current business leaders, it's critical to understand what are the ethical implications of AI and what are responsible practices for AI. Many of the AI systems that we see used today by organizations and institutions use machine learning, in which a series of algorithms takes and learns from massive amounts of data to find patterns and make predictions. And this is what our playbook focuses on, is AI using machine learning. These systems inform how much credit financial institutions offer different customers, who the healthcare system prioritizes for COVID-19 vaccines in some cases, and which candidates companies call in for job interviews. They're also being used to designate which neighborhoods are targeted as high risk for crime, who gets into university, and more. AI has incredible potential to make decisions more efficient and cost effective, while also promoting higher productivity and growth in the economy. And use of AI in predictions and decision making can reduce human subjectivity, but it can also embed biases, produce discriminatory outcomes at scale, and pose immense risks to individuals, society, and business. The goal is not necessarily to fully de-bias or unbias AI. That's not realistic. Rather, the ultimate goal is to unlock value responsibly and equitably. So why are AI systems biased? At a high level, AI systems are biased because they're human creations. They're classification technologies and they're products of the context in which they're created. In many cases, they mirror and replicate society. We live in a society with bias and inequality. So is it any surprise then that bias is also present in AI? Who develops AI systems matters because it's their perspective, lived experiences, and knowledge that's integrated into the technology. But the who often resembles this picture. Who's in leadership matters too, as business leaders' priorities and values are integrated into how AI is developed, managed, and used. Most large-scale AI systems are developed in a handful of tech companies and university labs, which are spaces in the West that tend to be white, affluent, technically oriented, and male. Unsurprisingly, there's a huge gender gap. Only 22% of professionals in AI and data science fields are women, and those women are more likely than men to occupy jobs associated with less status and pay. This is not only true in the workplace, but in research and academia as well. Only 18% of researchers at leading AI conferences are women, while 80% of AI professors are men. And the racial disparities are significant as well, as you can see with some stats on the slide. So at a more granular level, bias can enter in the development and use of AI systems. In our playbook, we have a bias in AI map that captures these different points. And I'm going to start with data sets, as that's so critical. And then we can go into how bias can come in related to algorithms, and finally how bias can come in depending on how AI systems are used. And it's really important to understand the scope of the issue when we're thinking about bias in AI, because ultimately you can't solve a problem that you don't understand. So data sets used to train an algorithm are critical. AI systems learn to make decisions based on these training data sets, and there are various points where bias can enter. Data is assumed to accurately reflect the world, but there are significant data gaps, like little or no data coming from particular communities. As an example, some 300 million fewer women than men access the internet on a mobile phone globally, and women in low and middle income countries are 20% less likely than men to own a smartphone. So if these technologies generate data about their users, the fact that women have less access to them inherently can skew data sets. Meanwhile, humans collecting data decide what to collect and how. No industry really better illustrates this than healthcare. Men and men's bodies have long been the standard for medical testing. Women are missing from medical trials, with female bodies deemed too complex and too variable. Females aren't even included in animal studies on female prevalent diseases. And this gap is reflected in medical data. Data that isn't disaggregated by sex and gender, as well as other identities, presents another problem. It paints an inaccurate picture, concealing important differences between people of different identities, and hides potential over or underrepresentation in a data set. As an example, few urban data sets track and analyze data on gender, so infrastructure programs don't often factor in women's needs. And even when representative data points do exist, They may have prejudice built in and reflect inequities in society. In the consumer credit industry, early processes use variables such as clothing, gender, and race to determine creditworthiness. Eventually, these discriminatory variables were replaced by ones considered more neutral. But by then, women had less formal financial history and suffered from discrimination, impacting their ability to get credit. This data, when used by AI systems that determine creditworthiness, reproduces the same inequitable access to credit along gender and race lines. Labeling of data can be subjective and embed biases and perspectives. For instance, most demographic data end up classified in terms of simplistic binary female or male categories. And when gender classification collapses gender in this way, it reduces the potential for gender fluidity and self-held gender identity. And the selection of training data sets to train an algorithm and help solve the problem the AI system will be tackling is critical. The Gender Shades Research Project highlighted the lack of diverse and representative samples and image data sets used for commercial facial recognition systems. These systems misclassified women far more often than men, particularly darker skinned women, at an error rate of 35% versus an error rate of 0.8% for lighter skinned men. Clearly, using biased data sets will result in the biased algorithm, but it's not the only way. Bias can creep in when defining the purpose of an AI model and when selecting proxies and variables for it to learn from. How it's evaluated matters too. This example was mentioned in a previous presentation actually, but a widely used healthcare algorithm in the US falsely concluded that Black patients are healthier than equally sick white patients. And it ended up reducing the number of Black patients identified for extra care by more than half. Why? The algorithm used health costs as a proxy for health needs, but Black patients who have the same level of need spend less money on healthcare because of unequal access to care, discrimination, and among other reasons. How AI is used matters too. An AI system may be used in a different context or for different populations from which it was originally developed. It can be altered in ways that can be deemed as discriminatory for certain populations. And how individuals interpret the system's output can be informed by one's own lived experiences and allow for bias. In early 2020, the New York Civil Liberties Union and Bronx Defenders filed a lawsuit claiming that the Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, rigged an AI system to create a secret no release policy for people suspected of breaking immigration laws. Obviously, biased AI can have immense impacts on health, safety, and well-being of individuals and society. But to kind of break this down a little bit more, AI systems can unfairly allocate opportunities, resources, or information at an individual level, can worsen inequities experienced by individuals in underserved communities. And from an economic point of view, discriminatory resource allocation leads to inefficiencies and losses in the economy and markets. Biased AI systems can pose a detriment to the safety of individuals. They can fail to provide the same quality of service to some people as others and negatively impact a person's well-being, such as by being derogatory or offensive, or treating people as if they don't exist. Not allowing for different gender identities and nuanced understanding of disability contribute towards treating people as if they don't exist, which also has implications for the well-being of individuals. AI systems can infringe on civil liberties as well, while reinforcing existing prejudices. Given that decision-making processes of machine learning algorithms cannot often be fully mapped out or understood by humans, referred to as black box, it makes it harder for affected individuals to argue if they've been discriminated against or even understand it. And at a larger societal level, when unchecked, AI systems can solidify and amplify societal discrimination. Research shows that when exposed to consistently biased algorithmic outcomes, consumers are likely to use these results to confirm or reinforce their own biased perceptions of the world. There was a study of images in 2017 that revealed the pictures of cooking were over 33% more likely to involve women than men. And then algorithms trained on this data connected pictures of kitchens with women 68% of the time. It was also found the higher the original bias, the stronger the amplification effect. So that explains how an algorithm came to label a photo of a quote unquote portly balding man in front of a stove as female. AI systems are also used by government officials, but they're often developed by private companies. In this, private companies have the power to act like political entities without the checks and balances. So government officials are essentially outsourcing decisions that should be the purview of democratic oversight. Beyond tackling bias in AI being first and foremost the right thing to do, for business leaders, it's the smart thing to do. A lot of tech companies believe they're doing good for society or were created with social missions, but there remain issues. Companies that can effectively mitigate bias can mitigate risk, maintain a strong brand reputation, have a superior value proposition, stay ahead of forthcoming legislation that is just around the corner, and be a competitive leader in a fast-paced industry. So what can business leaders do? In our playbook, we highlight 7 strategic evidence-based plays and some quick wins, and I'll walk you through a couple of those at a high level now. So the first 2 plays are really about teams. Importantly, enabling diverse and multidisciplinary teams working on algorithms and AI systems is critical. As we mentioned before, the perspective of those and the needs, the perspectives and values of folks working on AI systems will become embedded within the AI system and decisions that go into it. So having this diversity is critical. Second is around promoting a culture of ethics and responsibility related to AI. One that expects and empowers employees to prioritize equity considerations. The second bucket of plays are around the AI model itself. This includes practicing responsible data set development and establishing policies and practices that enable responsible algorithm development. And there are a variety of different actions that can be taken here. I'll just kind of go through high level what some of these are, but again, we have plays and I'll share the link in the chat after this presentation that kind of walk through a checklist of these different plays as well as associated tools that you can use to implement these different actions. But related to responsible data set development, when generating and collecting primary data, adopt an approach that integrates social science methods with more technical data science methods. And placing checks on labeling practices for employees and or contractors to check for bias. Documentation and transparency is critical. So documenting how machine learning data sets were created and more information around what's included within a data set is really important, and making sure this information is available. Ensuring that the data was collected for a purpose that matches the intended use of data set is linked to this as well. And there are a variety of different tools that exist. Data sheets for data sets, for example, is one such tool. When sourcing existing data sets, having standards for sharing data across sectors between multiple public and private entities. Of course, privacy considerations are important to consider here as well. Within responsible algorithm development, in establishing the algorithm's purpose, keep in mind potential fairness trade-offs and ethical considerations in defining the objective of the algorithm. And ensuring that data sets and proxies chosen don't disadvantage certain identities. This is where having kind of multidisciplinary teams and perspectives from folks in social science are really important as well. Documentation here, again, is critical. There are different tools that exist for documenting what's in an AI model cards, for example, that includes data sources and variables that go into the development of the AI system. Human in the loop processes are key. And then also, where possible, engaging communities that are impacted by the AI system in their development and deployment. And a lot more is being done in that space. And lastly, audit. So again, these are just an overview of some of the different practices here, but more information on each of these different practices and associated tools can be found as part of our playbook. The last bucket of plays and is an area that I really want to emphasize as well, and this is around corporate governance and leadership. AI is creating new tech governance challenges, like overseeing technical systems that can embed and amplify harmful bias, while navigating a changing regulatory landscape and maintaining alignment with corporate values. The firm's CEO and board of directors has an important role to play, including establishing governance structures such as AI ethics board, AI ethics leads, and responsible AI principles and codes. So this is what Play 5 delves into. Establishing corporate governance for responsible AI and end-to-end internal policies to mitigate bias. In addition to things like establishing AI ethics principles and guidance to formalize those processes, this play really emphasizes assessing how leadership priorities can impact responsible AI practices in the organization and how incentive structures may keep people from speaking up about ethical issues. And also being honest and transparent about limitations. A good practice here includes, for example, assessing and updating incentive structures and power dynamics that can dissuade individuals from speaking up. And we actually have some quick wins in the playbook here on what can be done. So while promising AI ethics governance has its limitations, and it can be ineffective if it's not done well. Being first to market is critical priority for firms, but this can be at odds with mitigating bias and executing responsible AI, which requires pause points and new processes that can slow down getting a product to market. Corporate leaders need to acknowledge how traditional priorities can impact ethical and responsible AI goals and inadvertently expose the firm to great risk and immense financial costs. Reassessing existing priorities and ensuring responsible AI is a clear top priority is key. Ultimately, the tension between ethics and market priorities reflects a short-sighted view of what market success means. The sixth play is around engaging corporate social responsibility teams to advance responsible and ethical AI and larger system change. For example, CSR teams can work towards enhancing digital inclusion and empowering participatory data collection that enables communities to collect and control their own data. And lastly, business leaders can use their voice and influence to advance industry change and regulation for responsible AI. So again, these different 7 plays we put on the, are in the playbook with kind of more specific information that aligns to each of these and tools that can match the practices as well. I do want to spend just a quick moment talking about what can business schools do to better prepare future business leaders. And there are a couple of things that we've been thinking about in this regard. So for example, in core courses on data and data analysis, which may also have sections on AI, including material around how data sets can harbor bias and strategies to mitigate it. Students should be made aware of the human decisions that go into collecting data and developing algorithms. The class can include a case that explores technical and social issues and solutions, such as one that we developed at the Center for Equity, Gender, and Leadership on bias in data and algorithms related to COVID-19. Where possible, questions and prompts related to good practices to mitigate bias can be included in class projects, and existing tools and resources developed in academia and industry can be shared. Second is around offering a course that delves into ethics of AI and management strategies. This course can explore a range of ethical issues related to AI using machine learning, cover topics like the business risks posed by biased AI systems, as well as the societal and economic opportunities for advancing inclusive and human-centric AI. Debates like how to balance and integrate speed to market with ethics and inclusive processes, and how to grapple with the ambiguity of fairness, good practices in industries and tools, etc. And then third is around drawing from social science research and coursework when teaching complex concepts such as fairness and justice in data analytics or AI courses. Business students should understand that fairness and ethics have multiple and sometimes conflicting definitions in the context of ML, especially across national borders. Most companies have signed on to responsible AI principles that include fairness, but defining fairness is not a task for data scientists and engineers. It's intricately linked to management priorities and perspectives. Related to some of these top 3 suggestions for business school students, we see at Berkeley as well, a lot of the data science and engineering courses are already starting to do this more so. Business schools are behind and need to catch up. And then building capabilities in leaders to operationalize AI and data governance. Entrepreneurs and executives need operating frameworks that integrate commercial and moral imperatives and make them actionable. Our playbook provides some guidance for such a framework, and core business curriculum can include different frameworks for leaders in the cognitive economy. And then lastly is around enhancing diversity of AI faculty and researchers. As I mentioned, there is a huge gap of AI researchers or a huge diversity gap within AI researchers and faculty. And as AI systems handle more of our kind of individual and business decisions, it's important that business schools hire and develop diverse global leaders. And I would also look forward to hearing any other thoughts or perspectives around what business schools can do. So I'll end my presentation there, and hopefully there are some questions that we can keep the conversation going. My email is at the top, and feel free to join our mailing list, and you'll see that the playbook link is here at the bottom of the page as well, and I'll pop that into the chat for folks that are interested. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Genevieve, for that eye-opening and informative presentation. That was great. I know we had at least one question in the chat box, so we can get to that during the panel discussion if that works for you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine Battle, and I serve as the Associate Director of Student Services for the MSBA program here at Emory. I work with students from the time that they come to orientation all the way through graduation. For our current class of 2021, that's tomorrow, so congrats to them. We in the program office also like to work with our alumni and connect with them and stay connected with them. Throughout our academic year, I see various emotions with our students. I see the excitement they have at orientation, the nervousness they feel when they are studying for their first exam in the program, the happiness in their eyes when the program office provides them some free food during some stressful times, and then also the exhaustion during the end of their spring and final semester when they're finishing up their final projects and assignments. One of the greatest joys that I have while working in this program is seeing the growth of each individual student from the time they are those timid MSBA candidates in July to the confident business data scientists in May, which we see many of them now. Their commitment and hard work to the field is so amazing. I hope that everyone on this call has the opportunity to either network or potentially work with our students. I promise you will not be disappointed. As I mentioned, we like to stay connected and work with our alumni. So next up, I'm going to introduce Philip Fong, who is our graduate of the MSBA class of 2019. And he's going to talk about his experience being in Capstone, but on the other side as a client. Philip, take it away.
Thank you, Christine, and good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Philip Fan, and I'm a data scientist from Truist fraud model development team, and also a MSBA alumni. Although this is a virtual event, I still feel like that I'm back to Emory after seeing so many familiar faces. Thank you guys for organizing this event. So this year is the third time that Truist has been working with Emory. Huge thanks to Jane Coetzee and Chizo for their great support to this year's project. So before going into the project, I want to briefly talk about our team and the origination of this problem. So in Truist, we have a growing data science community, and fraud model development is one of them. As the name of the team suggests, our work is closely related to fraud and modeling. We build in-house models and rules to fight fraud. We oversee third-party vendor solutions, and we explore and evaluate new technologies and tools to keep ourselves on the edge. So fraud is a very interesting and challenging domain in the financial industry, because on the one hand, we are facing the slick fraudsters who have been very creative in trying to breach our line of defense. On the other hand, we have customers whose behavior is ever changing, and we don't want to block their transaction or close their account by mistake. So therefore, for some complicated fraud types, we need to rely on advanced and robust strategies like machine learning solutions than just simple controls. For this year's project, we're aiming to tackle one of the training problems that we observed in recent years, which is the credit card bust out.
I know that the Emory team will explain the details of this concept later, but I will give a quick explanation to those unfamiliar with fraud. So a bust out event happens when the customer use up all their credit line and in a very short period and never pay back. So in such events, fraudsters usually leverage identities collected from different sources to create a synthetic identity. Then they will nurture the credit over time and try to increase their credit line before they eventually go bust out. So simple controls in this case don't usually work because these fraudsters have very good credit scores, which makes it difficult for us to distinguish them from the good ones. So we're seeking a machine learning solution to deal with this problem. And also, apart from building a model, we also asked the Emory team to generate some explanation for each prediction so that we can understand why a specific score is given to an account. Throughout the entire project, I think Ben, Mary, and Maya have acted like real consulting professionals. They were able to understand the underlying business problem and target very quickly with very little prior knowledge. And they've also demonstrated strong technical capabilities. I'm also very happy to see that the model developed has very good performance. I can say that it is even better than a lot of third-party solutions that we see. And it will definitely become a very valuable asset to Truist. So now I will hand over to the Emory team and to start presenting their work.
Thank you so much, Philip, for the introduction. My name is Maya, and today my team and I are going to be talking about bust-out fraud detection, our capstone project. So I'm Maya. I'm currently a dual degree candidate at Emory, pursuing the MSBA program as well as my BBA in finance.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mary Boken. I got my undergrad from Clemson University, where I studied environmental engineering before I joined the workforce and worked in the oil and gas industry for about a year. And then I decided to come back to school and get my MSBA at Emory.
Hello, everyone. My name is Benjamin Tenzer. I'm also an MSBA student at Emory. And before attending the MSBA program, I graduated from Emory University with my BBA in Finance and Information Systems.
So Philip touched upon this a little bit earlier, but we wanted to define what a bust-out event is. So a bust-out is a type of credit card fraud where an individual applies for a credit card and establishes a normal usage pattern and a solid repayment history, and then racks up numerous charges and maxes out the credit card with no intention of paying the bill. And below you can see a flow chart of how this process occurs, of how the customer appears to be a good customer, and then they max out the credit card, and usually it falls under one of these three buckets of charge-off, delinquency, or bankruptcy. So there's a lot of fraud in the financial industry, and there are many different types of fraud as well. And the type of fraud we focus on is synthetic fraud. And this is an emerging trend where a criminal combines real and fake information to create a new identity, and bust-out events make up a large proportion of synthetic fraud events. So our task was to build a model that identifies potential fraud behaviors and key features and rank the accounts by their probability of fraud. And our predictions had two requirements. The first is the model has to provide a low false positive rate, as well as provide explanations to allow for further investigations. So our project adds value on two different categories. The first is the business contribution. By identifying fraudsters while would minimize strain on the investigations team, and providing explanations would help the team take actions. And the technical contribution is, using our model, it's possible to detect over 80% of fraudsters by investigating only a fraction of the accounts. And now Ben is going to talk a little bit more about the process that we took.
Thank you, Maya. So before I get into the data and our process specifically, I wanted to talk about the typical factors that businesses consider when analyzing fraud. They look at the number of credit cards people have versus the number of times they've applied for a credit card. They also check their credit background, their credit scores, and other forms of creditworthiness. They also look at other non-credit card financial obligations, such as a mortgage or an auto loan that a customer has. And they also look at how important the relationship is. Is this a small account, or is the customer large and have a lot of different accounts? So we had a lot of data to work with. We had more than 30 million accounts and more than 100 features for each account. We had information relating to the account specifically. We had monthly payment information. We had information relating to the customer's credit. And we also had information relating to the customer's household. So given that we had over 100 features, we realized that only some of them would be related to bust out fraud. In order to figure out which numeric features were most related to bust out fraud, we used mutual information in order to figure out which group of variables best predicted bust out fraud. We also used correlation to make sure that each variable that was in the set had some independent relationship with bust out fraud. For the categorical features, we use a chi-squared test of independence to see which features had a significant relationship with bust out fraud. In the end, we ended up selecting 30 variables that we found had a meaningful relationship with bust out fraud. So we also discovered some new things during our exploratory data analysis phase. The first is, contrary to the popular belief that fraudsters have more accounts, we were able to find that there was no difference in the number of accounts that fraudsters and regular customers have with the credit bureau. Second, contrary to the popular belief that fraudsters are newer customers, we learned that there was no difference in the time that regular customers and fraudsters started their relationship or opened their first account with Truist. And then third, as Maya talked about a little bit before, fraudsters behave like good customers and experiment to see where they can ramp up their credit. We're able to see how fraudsters learn and adjust their behavior over time. And then fourth and finally, fraudsters are more likely to use certain products than others. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Mary to talk about our model and our prediction explanations.
Great, thanks, Ben. So first, I want to give you an overview of our modeling framework. Essentially, we're predicting a binary target variable of whether an account will bust out or not in the future, specifically looking at any time within the next 9 months. So this could be viewed as a binary classification problem. However, because there is limited capacity to investigate predicted bust out fraud accounts in any given month, we found that it's more appropriate to rank the accounts in terms of their predicted probability of fraud so that accounts can be handled in tiers, with accounts with the highest probability of fraud being investigated first, and so on. And in terms of our modeling process, we split the data into a training set and a test set. We fit a variety of models to the training set and experimented with different algorithms as well as different sampling techniques. Then we use the models to make predictions for each account in the holdout test set to rank each account in terms of its predicted probability of fraud, such that the highest ranking accounts have the highest probability of fraud, and the lowest ranking accounts have the lowest probability of fraud. Then we evaluated the model in tiers, looking at the top 500 accounts, top 1,000 accounts, etc., comparing the true positives versus the false positives for these different cutoff buckets. So as I mentioned, we fit a variety of models to the training data, including basic modeling techniques like decision trees and logistic regression, as well as meta modeling techniques, including random forest, XGBoost, AdaBoost, and LightGBM. To understand a baseline of their performance in comparison to one another, we looked at the top 1,000 accounts in terms of their predicted probability of fraud. And for reference, the test set contained about 2,300 bust out accounts. And we evaluated the performance of the model on these accounts in terms of precision. So basically, this is the equivalent of if you took the top 1,000 accounts and considered them all as fraudulent, and then asked how many of those were correct or true positives and how many were incorrect or false positives. We also looked at the area under the ROC curve metric for each model to understand the capability of the model overall to distinguish between the two classes. We found that the random forest model was the highest performing model, so we chose to move forward with that model going forward. To evaluate the performance of the model, we looked into how the random forest model performed across different cutoff values for fraud. Here, we are mainly interested in looking at the detection rate versus the precision. The detection rate is the number of bust outs detected in each interval out of the total number of bust out instances in the test set. We see that our model has quite good performance, and by taking just the top 1,000 accounts, you can already detect over 42% of all bust out fraudsters with 99.5% precision. Moving up to 2,500 accounts, you can detect 80% of fraudsters with still a relatively high level of precision at 75%. In practice, knowing these trade-offs can allow for employing different cutoffs depending on the capacity of the business team in different months. Our biggest takeaway from these results is that Truist can detect approximately 75% of all bust-out fraudsters by investigating only the top 2,000 accounts, which is only about 0.3% of all accounts in the test set. So we think that our model can provide value in saving Truist significant time and resources in their investigations process. A key aspect of our project was to provide prediction explanations for accounts that are predicted to be fraudulent. The scope of the prediction explanations is on the level of individual predictions for each account rather than global interpretability of the model. This serves two different purposes. First, this aids in investigation of accounts after the modeling team hands off their predictions to the operations team. And second, Truist needs legitimate reasons to shut down someone's account. So for example, even though product type, for example, could be indicative of whether an account is fraudulent or not, you can't shut down someone's account and tell them it was because they use a certain product because they really haven't done anything wrong at that point. So our first step in creating these prediction explanations was to build a surrogate model that approximates the predictions of the random forest model. So the target variable for the surrogate model was the predictions of the random forest model. Then we chose to use only features that would be legitimate reasons to close someone's account as features in the surrogate model. Those features would be those that indicate the behavior and credit activity of the account. And we implemented this surrogate model using a shallow decision tree, which can be easily interpreted. However, we were not interested in using the predictions of the surrogate model. Rather, we were interested in seeing the decision tree as a set of rules that apply to an account that influences prediction, and we wanted to extract these rules to use them as prediction codes. So we built a function that, given an account and its relevant information, returns its decision path as the prediction code. Then in practice, Truist will be able to pass accounts that they would like to investigate based on the results of our random forest model through a function to understand the relevant features that led to the prediction. This will add a lot of value when Truist hands off their list of accounts ranked by probability of fraud with prediction codes to their operations team to take action on the accounts appropriately. And finally, Maya is going to walk us through how Truist can deploy our model to achieve better business outcomes.
Thanks, Mary. So using our model, it's possible to generate a list of accounts ranked by their probability of fraud, along with their prediction codes. So we suggest that Truist runs this model on a monthly basis so they can get a list of accounts that they can predict that it's fraudulent. And we also recommend that they keep a list of accounts, second tier accounts, on a watch list. So in case those accounts turn out to be fraudulent, they can examine it further. Thank you. And thank you to the Truist team as well for giving us the privilege of working on this project. And thanks.
Thank you, Mary, Maya, and Ben for that impressive presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emmy Fortunato, and I am a member of Emory's MSBA class of 2021. It is my privilege to introduce our final featured speaker today, Dr. Adrienne Pettiford. Dr. Pettiford is Director of Client Analytics and Compliance within the Data Science Division at Pymetrics, a startup that connects individuals to their best fit job accurately and fairly by using machine learning and behavioral science solutions across the talent lifecycle. In this role, she directs the team of scientists responsible for adverse impact and validation studies across Pymetrics' global portfolio of clients. Before joining Pymetrics in her role as investigative analytics team lead at the US Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, she led the team of scientists providing statistical support for systemic investigations throughout the US. As part of her work at EEOC, Adrienne focused on developing algorithms to estimate race and gender. Since moving on from the EEOC, she has developed multiple trainings on understanding, identifying, preventing, and correcting the ways algorithms contribute to employment discrimination. She has delivered these trainings across several EEOC training assistance program sessions, reaching hundreds of D&I professionals employed in EEO roles in public sector organizations. Early in her career as a research psychologist, she conducted evaluations of prevention and intervention programs for vulnerable and underserved populations at a nonprofit contract research organization. She has served on diversity and inclusion boards at various organizations and currently leads the diversity and inclusion team at Pymetrics. Adrienne earned her BA from Hampton University, her MA from Duke University, and PhD from UNC Chapel Hill. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Adrienne Pettiford.
Thank you so much for that welcome, Emmy. I really appreciate that. And thank you for having me. I'm going to go ahead and switch over to my slides here in just a second. There we go. There we go. Can you confirm that you're seeing my screen here?
Yep, we see it.
Yeah.
Great, fantastic.
I
So,
think we are seeing your presentation version.
you're seeing my presentation. Oh,
Yeah, you can do the swap display at the top. Yep, got it.
How's that?
Perfect.
All right, fantastic, thank you. So I'm going to talk through practical considerations for using AI in HR. I want to give you a little bit of background about myself. To be fully transparent, I am actually a psychologist by training. And I think you'll understand how I came into the world of working with algorithms and machine learning in the practice of solving HR problems in a little bit, but my background is a little different from probably some folks that you're used to hearing from and have already heard from. So my background is in psychology or neuroscience, developmental psychology in particular. And prior to joining Pymetrics, as you've already heard, I led investigative analytics at the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. So I come to this work really with the lens of thinking about it as a social scientist and someone who's really concerned about doing things in a fair manner and making sure that we're ethical and equitable in the work that we do. And so I do bring kind of a new lens to the work here. I do sit within a team of data scientists. So I'm leading a team, a budding team of social scientists, EEO analysts, folks like myself, who partner with data scientists day in and day out to help think through these considerations that, although more recently it's changing, historically hasn't been part of the education that a lot of data scientists had been receiving. So we are, of course, starting to see more and more attention paid to these other considerations, leaning towards interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary teams. And so I'm really excited to see that, but you'll get the flavor of some of these considerations being well beyond thinking about modeling. So to kind of answer the question of why do we use AI in HR? Well, of course, it's to offer nuanced and data-driven HR solutions to scale. And that is because what we can do with data science and algorithms in particular is we can make some really quick decisions more accurately than a human being could. And from an HR perspective, that's fantastic because the job is making decisions about people. And so we can think about it influencing broad HR strategies. So everything from thinking about where your organization is going with regards to needing to scale and grow in size, understanding headcount needs for your teams, whether or not you're likely to need to reduce your staff in light of upcoming or anticipated market trends and changes, whether you'll need to reskill them. When we think about recruitment, we can consider that from a couple of different angles, both from the perspective of sourcing, that is just identifying talent before they've ever applied. That could be using tools like LinkedIn, other job boards that have algorithms where you can identify the set of skills or criteria or background characteristics that you're looking for in a candidate, and have those candidates surfaced to you. Some of that also can happen on the other end when we think about the advertising of jobs. So as a candidate, when you go into certain job searches and job boards, what you have shown to you will also be customized based on the information that you put in your profile and the employers that have posted their jobs. We also do think about in the recruitment space selection and screening for hiring. So historically, when you think about kind of the really old school analog ways of recruiting candidates and assessing them for performance, we're thinking about like paper and pencil assessment frameworks. Of course, that is just not tenable when you think about doing something to scale. And then when you add the component of identifying assessment methodologies that can be customized to a particular role within a particular organization, that is another way that we're using these tools in HR. We're also starting to leverage them for learning and development. So for example, being able to identify some areas that individual employees may need with regard to making it through their career path, linking them with certain courses on a learning platform. There's also other work that's been done by Google, for example, where they better understood the onboarding process and they were able to come up with a more efficient and effective onboarding schedule for their new hires by looking at prior data. They were able to understand exactly how to build that first week of training in a way that would help candidates or really new hires on ramp and become more efficient and effective. We also use algorithms in the HR space for looking at engagement, employee engagement and employee performance. From an engagement perspective, we see all kinds of tool uses, including things like the Internet of Things, right? So sensors and devices that track where an employee is throughout the organization so that they can understand how much engagement they're having with their coworkers. It may be a wearable device, it may be a chip in their employee badge on the kind of more surveillance-y end of things. But then we also use it for engagement survey data and understanding how individuals are responding to surveys over time to predict drops in engagement and when it's best timed to implement an initiative meant to improve engagement. Similarly, we do the same with performance, whereby we start to be able to anticipate how we can improve employee performance with particular initiatives. We also use it from kind of a mitigation perspective. So this one overlaps quite a bit with the next two buckets, whereby employers are really starting to look at their performance management procedures to understand whether or not there are disparities and in ratings and performance ratings. And when they come to see whether those patterns are happening in certain teams or for certain managers, they can then deploy interventions, not just at the employee level, but they can deploy them at the manager level to better understand where those performance gaps are opening up and how they might identify the right tools to solve them. It's also being used for risk minimization. From a pay equity perspective, employers are now in a position where they can more fully automate the decision for pay when they make an offer to a new employee, but also when they're reviewing compensation during comp review cycles. So what this will look like is a move away from a human decision maker who's going to sit down with a resume, look at a person's experience, or take the feedback from the interviewers and then make a decision on where that person falls on their compensation bands. Rather now, in a way that we can use algorithms, using that same information, we're able to take some of the judgment and unconscious bias out of the process and move forward with more standardized compensation metrics. Similarly, these tools can be used to predict the right timing for compensation adjustment. And so when you pair them with other data that I've kind of mentioned earlier, for example, with performance data or engagement data, you can right time when to make a compensation adjustment for an employee. And this last bucket that I have here on the screen is compliance, and it does also overlap with pay equity. But not only that, we can think about it from a broader scale and not just EEO compliance, but also thinking about compliance with other existing laws like OSHA. So when we have workplaces that might have warehouse or other types of work, where it's really important to monitor safety, for example, like a construction site or something like that, you can use machine learning in this instance, using the Internet of Things and different trackable wearable devices is actually a really good kind of tool to pair together to better understand how employee behaviors on the job might predict injuries, and then how and when it's best to time your training for employees to make sure that you continue to prevent workplace injuries. So it's a very kind of large scale overview of some of the ways that we're using these tools. And then here's kind of a splash of all of the news that we're getting. And most of this is relatively recent, within the last year or so. And you'll see that the headlines, for the most part, are really hitting on the value of these tools. So we've got this idea of super teams, right? So putting AI in the group. And really, this is a little bit different. This practice is really more about partnering humans with AI and machines to make better decisions. So this concept of the super team is really what we're seeing happening with the workforce, more than what I think a lot of folks were dreading with the rise of AI, that folks would be losing their jobs would go away. Rather, we're actually seeing a different trend. We're finding that folks are seeing the value of pairing people with machines and netting a better outcome. And I think we're going to continue to see that trend. And the value here is not to have human beings totally replaced, but rather to adjunct their decision-making processes. So some of these other headlines here, I won't go through all of them, but you'll notice a couple of them do highlight some issues and warnings, right? So there's this best white paper shows potential way to harness AI for more equitable workplace, suggesting that there are some equity issues that can be improved, not just kind of business bottom lines. And then we have this other one in the lower left corner: employers must be wary of laws surrounding automated decisions. And so I'll talk a little bit more about the laws, but lately we've been seeing an increasing amount of conversation, not just among practitioners and academics, but also among regulators, lawmakers, policymakers, around what kinds of parameters need to be put in place for these tools within the HR space. Because the HR space is already fairly regulated. There are lots of workplace laws, safety laws, EEO laws, data privacy laws as well, that are governed. And so when we use these new tools and technologies that really were not in existence when most of these laws were authored and passed, it is kind of stirring up questions of, are these laws still sufficient? And are there concerns and considerations that are going to require adjustments to law? With that, there's a potential disaster, or a large amount of disaster associated with using these tools if you're not careful. because there is a habit to assume, particularly for folks who are not technologists, there's a habit to assume that technology will just solve all of your issues. Use an algorithm, you'll be able to just push go, press a button, and humans won't have to worry about a thing. The problem is technology will certainly not solve all HR issues. And once you have developed a solution, it's not guaranteed that it will continue to be the right solution for your needs. The other downside is that algorithms can learn and automate bias. So if you're automating a process that is already biased or has other routine problems, that if it was just something that you were doing on an analog or human level and you came in and you said, this is faulty, if you don't correct those faults in the system, you'll just automate it, you'll take it to scale, and it'll be an even larger problem. The other piece of that is, your outcomes should still be monitored with traditional HR practices. So if you're building out a selection tool, for example, all of the same guidelines and best practices that drive whether or not an assessment should be used, if it were developed manually or kind of analog, you still want to follow those same best practices if you're going to use an algorithm. And those can be quite strenuous or rigorous in comparison to some of the standards that data scientists might have coming to a problem where they're allowed kind of full range of features and the opportunity to choose whatever features are available to them. In the HR space, there is a very specific set of features that you may not use, and those are demographic characteristics. So you just cannot use race, ethnicity, gender, disability, or veteran status, for example, to help you make HR decisions. And the other piece of that is that not only are there existing regulations, but the regulations are growing. So we're seeing more and more movement in this space. So it's particularly important to work with folks who aren't data scientists, or are at least not the traditionally trained data scientists, to help get a better handle on these issues. So I've listed many of these considerations, but as you're kind of working in your day-to-day trying to solve these problems, there's more considerations that are deeper. And so I think as we think about how do I make the decision of whether or not I will use this tool to build one out, or whether it's the right solution, there are many things that you have to consider. The first one is available resources, because on a practical level, not all employers or HR teams have the resources to either purchase or even develop in-house one of these tools. And I think when making the decision on whether you will go with one of these tools at all, build it in-house, or have it developed by an external vendor, it's really important to think about data volume requirements. So many of our small employers just do not have sufficient data of their own to build these tools out. And so they may need to partner with a vendor who has sufficient access to data, or at least the ability to help them figure out the right way to collect the data to reach the volume that would be needed. There are also considerations with time and cost. And in terms of the technical expertise, that can be particularly critical, because my recommendation is that you work with a multidisciplinary team. And if your organization doesn't have that and doesn't have anyone who is knowledgeable about laws governing the tools that you're trying to develop, it would be important to either outsource that expertise, find someone who can partner with your data scientists, or either outsource the project altogether. And then the other piece is actually deployment. So with many of these tools, it's not just build it and let it go. You have a human being on the other side of it, right? So this concept of the super team, you've got machine plus man working together. So you have to train human beings to know how to use these tools and to know what to look for. Not only is it how do I interpret what I'm seeing, but it's also what do I look for to know that something's off or something has gone awry? How do I monitor this going forward? And how do I use it to make decisions better? with regard to existing best practices, in my space, in the assessment space, we rely on industrial organizational psychologists who set the best practices for conducting validation studies, understanding whether or not an assessment has been developed with the job components and criteria in mind. And so it's really important to stick with those best practices to ensure that you aren't kind of just leveraging data without mind of the field that you're leveraging it in. In terms of laws and regulations, I spoke a little bit about EEO and kind of mentioned you can't use certain demographic data, but it's also important to make considerations for how the data will be used, not just what data will be used. So for example, it's important to know that if you're going to be using algorithms in the HR space, for example, to make decisions with regard to layoffs and the timing and when to make a layoff, for example, AI can be used in an HR framework to understand right sizing your workforce. So as trends in the marketplace shift and change, as skills become more or less available in the candidate pools as well as your existing workforce, you can use these tools to help you understand when it's time to slow down hiring, when it's time to ramp up hiring, and if you haven't been able to kind of keep pace ahead of the curve, when it's time to let go of talent. To that end, there is of course laws that you have to consider. And so with the WARN Act provides guidelines around the timing around when you can let an employee know, or when you have to let an employee know that a reduction in force is going to affect them. So it's really important to kind of think through these other parameters that might put boundaries around the recommendations that your algorithms might provide to you. The other part of that too is that once you work with someone who kind of understands these regulations, is that in many instances, you can build that into your algorithm as well, right? So you can have some boundaries around the recommendations and the timings that are offered, but it's really important to make sure that you've got a good lay of the land so you know what the features are that have to go into your models. And then this last piece is one of data privacy, which we're seeing both on the consumer side, not just the HR side. So we're seeing it with regards to the data that candidates and employees are providing to companies. And there's a real big question of data ownership, particularly when an individual is providing the data as a requirement of employment versus when they're providing the data as a requirement for a job application. So as data privacy laws mature, what we're seeing is an increasing amount of individually owned data, meaning that I, as a candidate, when I apply to a job through a machine learning system, that information, I have a right to request that it be deleted. Now, of course, that is important with regards to understanding how do you get data into your system and how do you get data out of your system. And so when we think about just the infrastructure behind these tools, it's really important to understand whether or not they're built in such a way that will enable you to actually comply with these laws, such that when a candidate or an employee says, I would like to request that my data be deleted, that it's not stored and structured in such a way that it's going to be a major headache for you to do that. And if it is, you at least want to have a plan so that you can do that in a timely manner to be compliant. So, of course, some of these laws include the GDPR, which largely affects our colleagues in the UK. It also includes health data, because in the HR space, we're also using algorithms to help us understand the usage of medical services, which will then influence our insurance costs. And so that information employers do in fact use when they're trying to get their costs down in that regard. And I mentioned the Internet of Things before, but one that I didn't mention was organizational network analysis. And when you start thinking about the data required to do an analysis that shows you things like who emails each other at work, who is it that's sending Slack messages back and forth, how many of those messages, how often are they received, to help you understand whether or not someone is well-defined or well-connected or not, or whether they're an island or isolated. What that means is that you've got access to all of that chat information, all of that email information, and folks start to get really concerned when they know that you're monitoring that information. So it's really important to keep an eye on how data privacy impacts whether or not you can even engage in the project that you're setting out to engage in, or what some of the challenges will be in the event that, for example, someone chooses to exercise their right to be forgotten. So putting this kind of in a current context, it's really important to consider that, you know, we're in the midst of a pandemic, hopefully coming out of it, but we don't know for sure. It's important to consider who is most impacted by COVID-19. And in the workplace, we're seeing whole industries shrunken. We're seeing whole groups of individuals losing access to opportunity. And those groups of people, those industries very likely will be the folks that are going to have the hardest time recovering. And on top of that, we're seeing this movement towards addressing racial disparities that are becoming increasingly more visible and taking more of the spotlight. So we're seeing that as well be a driver of inequity in the workplace that people are really looking to correct right now. And with both of these situations, ethical HR technology will be a critical part of the solution. And that is because we're talking about making sure that folks in industries where there are frontline workers who are going to be moving in and out of roles, people who need to be reskilled because their industry was so hardly affected, identifying opportunities to match them with roles that fit for them, identifying the learning and development paths that will get them to those new roles, but then also thinking about equity and inclusion in workplaces in terms of hiring, onboarding, career pathing, ensuring equitable pay. HR technology offers solutions for all of these problems. So part of thinking through equity in the workplace is really thinking about backing up again to the analog way of thinking through these challenges and what we're trying to solve for. And really with regards to disparities, we're talking about unconscious bias, right? And that unconscious bias is what happens when a human's automatic brain kicks in. It's meant to be very efficient. It's instinctive. You have these patterns set that help you move through life very quickly without having to slow down and question every single thing you encounter. You see something that's cylindrical, tall, brown on the center with green at the top, you know it's a tree. You don't have to go and investigate it. You already have a framework for that in mind. That same framework, unfortunately, we use it to make decisions about people with regards to their demographic characteristics. And when that happens, it's very difficult to even be aware of those unconscious biases and to override them. When we are able to override them, it's usually when we're engaging in some slower, methodical process, right? Where we're really taking our time, looking at a set of criteria, being thoughtful about whether we're evaluating a person on the basis of those criteria, rather than making these gut instinctive reactions. So HR technology can help get us there because, again, remember, we're talking about a partnership between human and machine. So we can allow computers and algorithms to guide the fast thinking if we can program them in a way that doesn't bake in bias, so that they can surface folks to us that are pre-qualified, that we can then consider the holistic view of the candidate using a more slow and deliberate thought process, which we don't typically have time to do when we're first getting a resume in hand. So what we know from meta-analytic work is that this unconscious bias training that historically has been thought to help folks override this fast thinking kind of gut instinct that causes people to prefer people that are like themselves really doesn't work. And what actually happens is we see that people end up thinking that they've got it right, thinking that they have a handle on unconscious bias, and they don't. And so they're less aware and less likely to even be reflective or introspective about whether or not those biases are coming into play when they're making decisions. And so when that happens, it's just easier for those problems to continue to exacerbate and become more widespread throughout your workforce. You'll see those effects up the career ladder, where you'll not see people from underrepresented backgrounds getting their foot in the door, but you also won't see them climbing the ladder. But there are solutions to address this. We have lots of tools out there that work. Pyometrics is just one. I like to say that we have an entire anti-bias HR tech stack. And much of the work that folks are doing across different organizations is featured in the What Works report, that really just points at evidence-based methods for increasing diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace. I'm going to talk through some of the work that we've done at Pyometrics, and then I'll highlight where I think we're going next, and conclude with some considerations. So when we think about the problem that organizations like Pyometrics are solving, it's really this issue of bias when you have a very diverse pipeline, and you manage to not make that diversity come all the way through your hiring funnel. It begs the question of what's going on and why is it we cannot see diverse candidates making it all the way through the hiring process. And it's really a bigger problem, and it's a problem that starts from sourcing. So making the decision to select from particular elite universities and schools. And we do know that with sourcing from elite schools that already have diversity issues of their own to deal with, you will certainly not improve your own diversity metrics by doing that alone. And if we're not careful, we can build out algorithms that will look for those elite schools specifically, and then we'll end up in a place where we've inadvertently filtered out candidates from underrepresented backgrounds without doing so on the basis of anything tied to likelihood that they'll succeed in the job. It's also important to think about the languages used in a job posting. So there are tools like Textio, for example, that will help review the text or the language in your job posting to see whether or not you're using language that might be more appealing to women versus men, or more appealing to men versus women. Because what that ends up doing is it sort of creates a subtle chilling effect, whereby some folks don't feel as likely or aren't as pulled or compelled to apply for a job on the basis of a protected status or demographic background. It's also important to think about whether or not there are particular prerequisites that are required for applying for a job that really aren't a really good measure of whether someone would do the job well. So sometimes there are prerequisites, like submitting certain pieces of information. Could be passing a credit check for a job where credit check is not important, or having a background check and asking questions of individuals where they're making a response in the affirmative really doesn't influence whether or not they'll be able to do well on the job. So with Pyometrics, we were working with a client who really wanted to increase how many underrepresented minorities, so that's people of color or African-American descent and Latino, Hispanic and Latino descent, and women, making it to their in-person interviews. This was, well, virtual on-site interviews. This global financial services organization had been doing their recruiting by focusing on what we call core schools. And they had historically looked at a very narrow set of candidates based on where they actually had recruiter presence physically. And because the number of recruiters available was limited, they of course focused on the schools that they thought would yield the most qualified candidates based on those schools being elite and difficult to get into. We worked with the client by identifying the top performers in role and helping to ask the question of whether or not top performance in role as dictated by their performance appraisal process was a fair one, meaning if they were looking to hire more African American, more Hispanic, and more women, did they have a pattern already of supporting those individuals well enough that they had good performance on the job, certainly performance that would have been equal to that of their white and male counterparts. Because it's always important to start from a place of, am I using good data? And of course, the definition of good can vary, but in this context, because we are talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion, good also means fair and unbiased. So you do want to start with some sort of criteria that you know is pulling out or remediating for bias. And so we work with them to identify and confirm that that process was fair and build a model that would allow us to say this set of candidates that have applied to your organization are a well-fitting match based on how their gameplay data matches that of your existing workforce. And so what we do is we use their top performing incumbents to model as the in group, and our out group is a set of prior folks, users who have come through the gameplay with Pymetrics. And we then look at the distinction between the top performing incumbents and this general candidate pool. And then that's how we build our models and make those recommendations. Now, once we've built those models, we debias them before they go live. So we do an iterative loop whereby model selection does require, in order for it to pass, we do require it to have fairness on the basis of race and gender. So even though we have some solutions that can help us with diversity in hiring, and we can show those gains with regards to the number of candidates from underrepresented backgrounds, it's going to be imperative that once we get folks in the door, we allow them to do well and to feel included as they move up the career ladder. And so I think the next frontier here is going to be focusing on inclusion, not just diversity. And some of those tools include looking at the relationships that folks have within your organization, as well as learning and development. So I'd say that HR tech, AI in particular, is poised to accelerate solutions across the HR industry by leveraging advances in artificial intelligence, natural language processing, data mining, and gamification. And so with that, I'll say there's a lot of potential out here to vastly improve things, but these tools are not inherently better than analog methods. So we just have to be very thoughtful in the way that we design them and monitor them in order to allow them to be invaluable tools to human decision makers. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Adrienne. That was fantastic. I think these are certainly the issues that many in the organizations are, many are thinking about, particularly, in the human resources component. At this time, I would like to invite all our speakers to make themselves available so we could have a small panel discussion, and also primarily use this as a mechanism to answer some of the questions that our attendees have raised as well. Okay, fantastic. Do we have everyone on? Baman?
I can't seem to start the video. Let me try that again.
Oh, yep, there you are.
Okay, it was giving me a different message a moment ago. Okay.
Fantastic. Well, I mean, first of all, thank you again for your wonderful discussions and the different, what I really liked was kind of how you all came at it from different perspectives, but essentially kind of talking about and raising kind of similar issues, though perhaps the domains were, kind of different in some ways. So maybe I want to start with sort of a very basic question, and any of you please feel free to answer, and I will ask specific questions to the panelists, particularly as some of the folks in the audience have asked. So I think a basic question that often kind of comes to mind is that when do we actually know bias has occurred, right? I mean, do we have to wait typically the full circle of its implications and then something has gone wrong and it comes out and then, somebody's written an academic paper on it or there's a newspaper article and then we realize, oh, there is a problem with this AI method or the manner in which this data is collected? Or do you also increasingly find that there are very potentially standard audit mechanisms? I mean, that in itself might create bias because these auditing mechanisms could have biases built into those as well. But if each one of you could perhaps give kind of a perspective from your side, in a short couple of sentences as to where do you see this kind of being figured out? And we could start with Bauman since he's the one who's showing up on the screen.
Can you do me a favor and repeat the last part of the question?
Yeah, the last part is essentially, I'm like, at what point in time do you actually know that bias has crept in? Right?
Oh, well.
Does it come like after everything is figured out and somebody wrote a paper and now we know there's a bias? Or are there automated mechanisms, auditing mechanisms, perhaps AI mechanisms in themselves are trying to find this out and therefore, kind of goes back to your, I guess, the old physics principles of you use something to measure something, you already disturbed it, kind of situation. So,
correct.
So your thoughts on that?
So yeah, it's I wish we knew, right? It's the unknown unknowns that we have to watch out for. But you cannot also just sit back and let it go. So if it comes to us after it's been deployed and used, that would be embarrassing. And we do everything we can to avoid it. And there's a lengthy process internally and then externally for that. But one thing that we watch out for, something that I try to make the team aware of, is if the results are too good to be true, for instance. Because if you have errors, people work on it, because if the model is not performing well, no one is going to deploy it. So it's going to be vetted and used. But I often see that if it's doing well, they want to move to the next stage rather quickly. And then we pull the brakes that it is working too well. And we had cases, my own model actually about 6 months ago, something was working too well. And it was a job of a colleague to poke holes in it. And we found out why. The underlying data was in fact biased because of mechanism I wasn't aware of. So be skeptical. Pardon me?
That's a signal. The model is too good, then let's take another look at it.
Correct. And I didn't know what it was, but he was familiar with the process that would procure the data. And he had actually had to spend some time convincing us, but then he was absolutely right. And this was part of our process, that if the metrics are too high or too low, it's not realistic. You mentioned using AI to check on AI. And yes, there is some of that being done with us and in other places where we have one model trying to predict when the other one is going to fail. Now we are very careful with this is all research and part of the R&D, but at times this surfaces something that often it comes down to different population, different distribution in the data. So different populations that we have. We thought we were looking at the same type of data, and it turns out that once we knew what to look for, we could see the populations are distributed so differently that we cannot use the same model or same approach for both of them. So either you dismiss one population or you go on 2 tracks, for instance. This is another tool that's being used. It's often criticized, but I don't think the criticism is valid. It's a tool, and it's not that you're doubling down, but you are playing the 2 models against each other. It's an adversarial approach, and in that case, one can highlight weaknesses in the other, and it's perfectly fine, and it's certainly something that should be tried. Then operationally, that's another thing that I think it should always be dashboard and metrics that automatically check things so that no one has to remember to do it manually.
Excellent. And Genevieve, when do you see this element?
Sure. So I think that my perspective might be a little different than some of the other panelists, but I would almost reframe the question around, how do we know, as opposed to thinking about how do we know when bias has arrived, when AI systems using machine learning are making decisions or predictions related to humans, I assume bias is in the AI system to some extent, because back to what I was talking about in our presentation, or my presentation, the goal isn't necessarily, from our perspective, to unbias something, because to be completely free of any bias is not necessarily realistic, but rather how can we identify and mitigate biases that might exist. I think that there's a lot of technical solutions to tackling bias, and a lot of times when we think about bias in AI systems, we think about it as a technical problem, over under representation in the data or things like that, as opposed to thinking about how bias can really be a result of impacting individuals differently and in ways that advance kind of prejudice or discrimination. So I guess that I would, those are just some general thoughts I have. I completely agree about the unknowns, and that a lot of the time introduction of bias isn't always evident during a model's construction, and teams might not realize the downstream impacts of their data and choices until much later, especially if they don't have social science experts that are on the team thinking about these issues as well. It makes me think about the Amazon example of when they developed an AI system to screen resumes as part of the hiring process, and they couldn't figure out how to make the AI system so that it wouldn't be biased towards women, because essentially the AI system, even though it had not taken into consideration gender, it had learned based off the data it was fed to be biased against female candidates, and eventually they had to scrap the model completely. So I guess that would be a bit of a reframe on it, is how can we think about where bias might be coming into play and work to mitigate it, assuming that bias, especially in AI systems or machine learning systems that are making decisions and predictions related to people, will have bias in there at some level.
So start with the notion that there is going to be bias and see how we can go about looking for it and addressing it and so on. So excellent. And so Julian, I mean, we have now quoted romantic poetry and twice Donald Rumsfeld. So let's see what we come up with now.
So for the record, I quoted romantic poetry. Others quoted Donald Rumsfeld, just so that's completely clear. So I think the challenge, and again, is, it's sometimes described as the garbage in, garbage out problem with respect to algorithms, but in the justice context, the biases are so ubiquitous, particularly racial and ethnic biases. And part of the challenge is that even when there are a lot of efforts put into validate an algorithm and even to course correct, it seems like it's actually been, frankly, almost impossible to figure out a way to get out from underneath that problem and to figure out how algorithms can do anything but perpetuate the biases, as I mentioned in the presentation, that you see in, say, law enforcement decision-making, prosecutorial decision-making. And then the other issue that may or may not be unique to the justice space, I can't imagine it's unique, that I also mentioned, is just given the lack of confidence or the lack of willingness by, let's say, judges to defer to algorithmic decision-making, it's very hard to really establish whether or not there's bias in the algorithm, bias in the data, or whether decision makers are just corrupting the sample, so to speak. And I mentioned the study in Kentucky where fortunately judges indicated overrides, but we have other data sets where it's unclear why certain decisions were made the way they were. So I think we do have a problem where there's a lot of criticism of algorithms coming from many directions and a general lack of willingness to defer to them long enough to establish, are they working? Are they an improvement on the status quo? Are there ways to adjust? So I assume that's not a problem that's unique to justice. I imagine you see it with hiring too, where at the end of the day, people just can't, move away from their instincts, their professional judgment, but it's been very hard to establish a clear test.
Well, thank you. Adrian, that gets to you, and particularly as a vendor potentially offering solutions and so on. Do you find that the objective functions are different for different organizations? Meaning they come in like, I want to deal with bias to this extent, or I want this to be accommodated to this extent, while some, start with perhaps a different place in terms of this slate. And a follow-up to that, because you worked with the government on the equal employment opportunity, with the governmental organization. Do you think that at some point in time there should be, because all of this is really nothing but a constraint optimization problem and constraint maximization problem? Maybe should the government have necessarily a constraint introduced into every AI that all AIs need to meet, XYZ? Is that going to be a regulation when our lawmakers get smart enough to know about AI?
Well, I'll answer your first question and then come back to your second. Yes, we do have clients who come to us, one, for different sets of solutions, right? We have some clients who have attrition issues and they're really just trying to get a handle on how to hire folks who won't quit very quickly. We have some who they're just having a really hard time hiring folks who do well in the job. So they want to see folks who just can get in the role, stay there, and do fine. And then we have others who are literally driving towards what we call positive attrition, right? They want to get folks in the role who do so well at it that they promote them internally, right? So they don't want to keep them in the same role forever, but they want to see them making lateral upward mobility, if you will. So to that end, depending upon what's going on in their organization with the data that we have to work with, for example, you're not seeing people climb the ladder across different backgrounds, which, by the way, is pretty par for the course across organizations in this country, then it can be quite a challenge to use that data, which is already biased, to help decide, well, how do I select the candidate who's most likely to be promoted in this organization? If when I ask you, give me some exemplars of folks who you've promoted, if all you show me is white men, how well can I really build you an algorithm that's going to promote women and African Americans and Hispanic folks if you don't have any exemplars for me to build my model off of? So it can be very challenging when you do have folks coming to you and saying, I want you to solve for, X, O, and Y, but make sure that there's no bias in Z. And that changes all of the time. And of course, with business needs as well, and across industries. So we do also have clients that they may hit one particular target and say, oh, great, we've got these folks who are performing well on the job, but when you get high potential employees, they're rock stars, someone else is probably competing with you for that talent. So now you've got to solve for, I need good talent, but not so good that they're going to get stolen away by someone else. And it does make it even more challenging. Now, the second piece of that, to answer your second question, I think regulators are coming for algorithms. In fact, I'm very well aware of it. I've been involved in lobbying both in New York and California for legislation around algorithms. So right now, at least in the assessment space, we're really governed by regulations that were passed in 1978, or not regulations, but rather the guidelines around assessment were passed in 1978. We're of course subject to all of the EEO laws in the HR space, some of which are of course as fresh as a year or two. But we do know that regulators are already paying attention. For example, we already know in Illinois, you have to disclose whether or not you're using these sorts of tools and algorithms when a candidate applies. So it's just a matter of time before other states pass these bills and when federal legislators get their hands on it. We know that we're seeing it from the FTC perspective. We're seeing it from fair housing. So I know that it's just a matter of time before we see it in the employment space.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, that's very, very interesting perspectives on all these different, from all these different places. So let me go to some of the questions that have come from the audience as well. I have a number of questions to ask myself, but I'll limit that right now and let's see. So there is a question from Dr. Brock, and the question is about, so you've built something and it is, let's say, deemed fairly unbiased and so on. And this is a question for, I think it was asked during Genevieve's presentation. And so now let's suppose the cultural norms have changed since that point in time. And let's say, or internal changes have, basically almost this person is asking kind of the role of exogenous shock as a result of changes happening outside versus, self-learning that is happening, where what if the algorithm has learned from within and within and within, and what happens? So how do these things come to play, Genevieve?
Yeah, this is a really important question, and it's related to how bias can come into play within the use of AI systems as well, not just in the development. And so using in different kind of contexts or across different cultures, bias can definitely come into play. And this question makes me think about, it's really important to think about how are we defining fairness and who is defining fairness, because fairness and bias are really intricately linked. And if folks are familiar with the example of kind of ProPublica that was highlighting in the criminal justice system, how an algorithm was essentially biased against predicting recidivism risk more so inaccurately for Black folks. And the company defended that algorithm, saying it was fair because essentially it replicated society as is, which we all know the policing system has racial bias. And ProPublica was arguing it was not fair because it was exacerbating injustice that exists in the policing system and in the history of our country. So I think that this is a really important question around how, what's considered bias can change according to different perspectives and over time and across different cultures and contexts. And so who's defining what fair is? Because again, that is intricately linked to whether something would be considered biased. And who should be involved in those kind of conversations and perspectives. So changing cultural perceptions is very important, I would say, and definitely linked to thinking about considerations of bias.
Thank you. We have one question for Julian, which kind of goes back to, I guess, in some sense about measurement induced errors, perhaps. So my colleague, Mike Miller, is asking, so in participatory research, doesn't giving control to those who are actually most affected by the change run the risk of introducing bias in itself?
I think, the short sort of answer is in the justice context, bias, as I said before, it's ubiquitous, it's insidious. And so I think it's sure, there's always going to be some measure of sampling bias, and there are going to be, I guess, different dynamics around bias. But I think given, how I would say limited the use of participatory methods are, that's a question that perhaps we can sort of wait and see and postpone a bit. I do want to come back to the comment that was made before, since obviously this came out of the presentation this morning about the ProPublica study, though I didn't mention it by name. But it raises two interesting questions. One is, I mentioned Kathy O'Neill's comment that algorithms codify the status quo, but I think sort of thinking about the comment that was just made, at least in the justice context, they're not being introduced for that purpose. They're being introduced to attempt to change the status quo. But because structurally they're limited to sort of feeding on data produced by the status quo, it is a bit of a setup to fail. And in terms of things that might be done to adjust algorithms, one idea that was coming out of data science that I think made a lot of us uncomfortable in the justice space, and I don't think it's pragmatic, I'm not sure it's ethical, I'm doubtful that it's constitutional, would be to attempt to factor that in and having different weights and essentially different algorithms based on race and ethnicity. It's been proposed as a thought experiment in the idea that if you could somehow control for the fact that certain people, based on what they look like and where they live, are subjected to heavier law enforcement and maybe disproportionately charged, you might be able to offset the bias in the data. The problem, of course, is that especially in justice, but not exclusively, there's deep enough skepticism and a lack of trust in government to do most things, and you certainly wouldn't trust government to administer that kind of disparate algorithmic prediction system, even on a good day. But it does raise this point that hadn't fully occurred to me until the last comment, which was, in some ways, the use of algorithms in the justice system has been a bit of a setup to fail, because it's been introduced as a way to attempt to change a system by essentially codifying the status quo and somehow making better decisions using that data. I don't want to end on a fatalistic note, but more the reason to shift the paradigm to participatory methods and live with bias that I think would be far less nefarious and certainly more open to accountability and change.
Well, Adrian, then that comes back to the question from one of our attendees. I think it's Stephen Howard, who's asking about, well, shouldn't AI then just be making informed recommendations and not really doing them by themselves? People should be involved at every stage, and definitely at the time of making the decisions. I mean, is that is AI just a decision-making tool, or we shouldn't be doing all this auto stuff that we are doing, like Facebook automatically recommending there should be a person watching what news is being sent to XYZ person?
Well, I think, realistically, we're probably not going to get to a point where all decisions are going to be human and machine together, because there's just too many efficiency gains in spaces that are not heavily regulated enough to kind of incentivize that sort of a backing off of the efficiency gains. In the employment space, it is, in fact, the best practice is to couple machine learning, algorithms, those sorts of decisions with a human decision maker. Realistically, there are going to be stages where those tools are really used without a human, and then a recommendation is surfaced or a set of candidates are surfaced, and a human hasn't really been involved in every kind of review process for each individual. I do think, though, that there are examples where we're getting better at trying to correct for that. Some of that is kind of using these adversarial models. Some of that, I think, is using algorithms to check behind algorithms and kind of give second chances. So we can actually automate kind of second opportunity algorithms where you have kind of a first pass algorithm, it does a big cutoff. And then you can have another algorithm. Let's say you're looking at kind of edge cases, they kind of just missed the cut. Another algorithm can then be deployed to look through those candidates that maybe has a different set of criteria that is even less likely to result in bias, and have that algorithm be used to do a second pass. I think ideally, again, the answer is humans and algorithms are working together to make decisions. But realistically, I don't think across industries we'll see that without sufficient regulation requiring it. It's just people are chomping at the bit of money saved.
Excellent.
I think what's critical is, for your question, Ram, where the responsibility lies, where the accountability is. So you said that you use it as a recommendation, but the person has to make the decision. But I think in reality, that distinction could become academic, because if there is something that does make the decision for them, what's going to stop us from using it and not be involved? And the question is, are you going to be responsible for the decision? If so, then some people, then people will pay attention. If not, then you'll see, I think, machine takeover, because of also what Adrian mentioned. It's just easier, cheaper. And, you gave me this tool, it has all the data. I just clicked OK when you gave me a recommendation.
And human beings are good at punting the decision making as well, as we saw the Facebook case, right? So,
yeah.
Move it over to a board, and the board moves it over to them. So in fact, I had a question for you, Adrian. Bahman, which is to do with, you were talking about sort of the data and the necessity for granularity sometimes in the data to really do the analysis correctly and so on. But that level of granularity sometimes directly conflicts with what I call the unintended consequences of technology, right? Like privacy. I mean, when you start revealing that level of data, automatically there needs to be a degree of control over the handling of the data, because even a small portion of that gets available to the insurance agencies and all of those. The moment a child is born, no more insurance for this child, because we know, with genomic and all this other stuff, kind of, what the risk assessment is. So how is that being thought about in your industry in terms of sort of that wall that you would create, and yet you will have this granular, kind of information?
So the wall exists, and what it means for us, it slows down our work a lot. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I understand there is a reason for it to be there, and we just live with that. There's a very thick and tall wall between researchers and the people who handle the data. And I don't get to see any of that data ever. It has to be de-identified before it gets to me. And at times that slows that, when I say slows down, because there are things that I would want to look up to resolve an issue, and I have to basically pass it on to someone else. So I have anonymized IDs, and that's fine. I can do the work with it. It actually goes that far, and I was surprised to find out that, how I showed you how our devices measure the blood sugar at 1 minute interval. That data is considered identifiable information. So I was imagining, how does that work? Basically, like if I see my colleague eating a bar of chocolate and I go through thousands of sensor data and I find the one where there's a spike, then I could figure out it was him. But otherwise, so it goes to that level that we cannot store glucose traces anywhere except for few permissible places, because that technically could be traced back to a person, which would be very difficult. I mean, and yeah, those exist and are not going away. And we are fine with it. There is a process in place. There is a whole team in place to anonymize the data. It gets to us. And you never need to trace it back to the person, because the model then applies to a cohort of people. But even if we do, then it has to go back through those people. And I'm used to it from the finance industry. So there is the more so of it in healthcare.
Right. And these are, I guess these problems are going to become more prominent over time, particularly when the cohort you're dealing with is so small and in itself identifiable, right?
Yes.
So when you have a problem with, like, we cannot even release this information because you know automatically that this refers to these groups of people, perhaps, right? So excellent. Thank you all very much. This has been a great, wonderful discussion, and I truly enjoyed hearing from each one of you, and I'm sure so did the audience. Thank you again, one more time. And now I'll pass it on over to Uday, who is one of our capstone sponsors, and he's going to be speaking from Cox Communications. Uday?
Thank you, Dr. Chalapa. As background, I began my analytical career after a PhD in marketing and economics with Kraft Foods. After doing that for about 8 years, I moved on to HSBC Bank and then JP Morgan in both analytical leadership roles as well as business leadership roles. About 8 years ago, I came to Cox to serve as one of their analytical leaders. And this morning, when Dr. Chalapa talked about living in the center of business, data, and technology, that really resonated with me. As a practitioner of analytics, I see large gaps, especially in large businesses, between analytics, technology, and data. I often see business leaders kind of viewing analytics with some level of suspicion. Is the person going to support me or show my weaknesses or show my failures? I see the technology organization often discounting the business leadership, except for the funding purposes. I often see the data folks living on their own with very little interaction with the business leaders. In this context, I feel that the Capstone team did an extraordinarily good job of integrating technology, analytics, and business. I'm extremely proud of this team doing this work and really enjoyed getting to know Pulumi, Casio, and Alice as part of this project. They not only did deliver good business results, potential business results, but they were great people to get to know. And I want to thank Dr. Chalapa and also Scott on their leadership in this very difficult journey of integrating business, technology, and data. I'm going to pass it on to the capstone team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uday. We really appreciate working with you and your team, and it was a great time. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alice. Today, my teammates and I are here to present our insights and analysis on how implementing an equipment predictive model at Cox Communications can help reduce costs. I am joined today by my teammates, Pulumi and Casio. We're all graduating students in the Master of Science in Business Analytics program. Prior to this program, Pulumi earned her BBA degree at Emory Goizueta Business School. Casio earned a BBA and MBA degree, and I am a dual degree student at Emory, graduating with a BBA and MSBA degree at the same time. Before getting into our presentation, please note that numbers in this presentation are masked to protect confidentiality. Now, before getting into our insights and modeling, here are some facts that's worth mentioning. Currently, the primary distribution centers at Cox tests all devices returned by customers to see whether every device is trouble found or not. Every month, 200 to 300,000 Wi-Fi modems and set-top boxes are returned. Amongst all these devices, 89% of tested devices are actually no trouble found, which means only 11% of tested devices are trouble found. That is a small percentage to currently be testing all devices. The only occasions a device is not tested is if there is a physical damage, corrosion, or missing components, etc. Once again, we want to help Cox reduce the number of tested devices to maximize profitability. So now that you know Cox tests 200 to 300,000 devices monthly, let's actually break down the costs. The cost to test per unit is $5.6, which incurs a cost up to $1.7 million per month and a cost up to $20 million per year just to test the devices, not even taking repair into account. So the first question we tossed is, should Cox test all devices? Because reducing the number of devices to be tested is directly related to saving costs. And the answer is no, Cox should not test all devices. To determine the optimal solution, we spent 4 months on data analysis and discussing insights with experts from different functional departments, including the analytics team, supply chain team, finance team, and so on. And now we would like to present to you the results of our analysis. We came up with a solution that reduces the number of devices that need to be tested from 100% to 58%, with reduced cost of $5 million annually. We will get into the details of that in our presentation. Here, we illustrated the general process of the supply chain and where our model will be implemented, which is after devices are returned and before testing happens. We're now going to zoom in a little bit into the supply chain process to where exactly our model is being implemented. So firstly, when a return happens, there are 2 scenarios to returning a device, and those are a customer will drop off the device at a regional drop-off center, or a technician brings the device back. When devices are received, they're first assessed to determine if they're physically damaged. If a device is damaged, it will not be tested. If a device is not physically damaged, it goes further onto be evaluated by our model. Our model will determine the probability each device is trouble found and if the device is determined to be trouble found. If our model predicts a device to be trouble found, it would be tested to confirm and determine the level of repair required. Finally, a predicted not trouble found device or repair device will go back into redistribution.
With a better understanding of where exactly our model is used, we would like to discuss our data exploration process. I will now pass it on to Pulumi to talk about our insights.
Thanks, Alice. So we worked with a data set that included close to 2 million instances, documenting equipment returns that belong to about 1 million different customers from July 2020 to January 2021. And our data included information.
Pulumi, I think your voice is coming a little garbled. I think that's a...
Can you hear me?
Your voice was coming in very garbled.
Yeah, maybe you can go out and come back in, Pulumi.
Yes. Let me stop my audio.
Would one of you others like to jump in while she's re-entering?
Yeah, for sure. I can continue with the presentation when Pulumi fix it and pass it back to her when that's done.
I'm having trouble hearing me. Everyone hear me okay?
I think it's still like before, Pulumi.
Do you have headphones, Pulumi? Maybe that will help.
I can connect.
Why don't you continue, Alice, as Pulumi fixes it?
Yes. Okay. Let me reshare my screen because Pulumi was sharing the screen. Cassio, could you please share the screen if possible?
Let me see here if I can. Give me 1 second, please.
Thank you.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, if you can click on share, present.
Sorry, guys.
The top right corner has the present. Go to the right, yes. So we worked with a data set that included close to 2 million instances documenting equipment returns that belong to about 1 million different customers from July 2020 to January 2021. Our data included information on the device such as the model type and acquisition date, on customers including the market they belong to and their return reason, and on field care history, that being the type of customer that was assigned to a trouble call. And so we cleaned the data set and did some feature engineering. And here we listed some of the variables we created that were significant. The redistribution count is the number of times a specific device has been redistributed. So we use the serial number of the device in order to perform that account. We created this variable because we found a positive correlation between high redistribution count and trouble found rate. The transition period is a variable we created that captures the time between when the customer returned the device and when the processing facility received the device. We found this variable to also be highly correlated with trouble found percentages. Age is the time between the date we created this feature and the device capitalization date. And we found older devices had higher trouble found percentages, while usage is the time between customer installation date and customer return date. And finally, we split the dates to represent weekday, month, and year as new features to explore any patterns related here. After processing the data, we found the following insights. Here is an overview of market share of different device types. On the right, you can see that together, devices 1, 2, and 3 capture about half of Cox market. And we have also listed the trouble found percentage for each of these 3 devices. So because these devices together captures about half of the market, and they each individually have a low overall trouble found percentage, these devices present the greatest opportunity for savings from testing. In addition, these devices have a capitalization date of less than 20 months, which suggests that they may not be going out of circulation just yet. And so Cox could benefit from focusing on reducing testing on these devices first. We created this slide because we learned that about 70% of customer devices are self-installed. We found it significant that failed in self-installation is the second leading return reason found in trouble found devices. The first leading return reason found in trouble found devices is trouble call, which was expected since a trouble call is made when a customer wants to report an issue with their device. And if the problem is unresolved, the device is returned to be repaired because there is likely an issue with the device itself. However, failed self-installation being the second leading return reason found in trouble found devices was unexpected because if the customer was unable to successfully install their equipment, we would not expect there to be damage to the equipment, but the data revealed otherwise. So here you see the graphs for device 1, 2, and 3, and we see that across all devices and across all markets, this observation is consistent. Our thoughts are that customers may be damaging the equipment or misplacing components when attempting to self-install. And as a result, when they return their device, we found that those devices tend to be trouble found. Another insight we discovered is that devices appear to be more vulnerable to summer weather and lightning. On this slide, we have a breakdown of trouble found percentages by month across all regions. And we can see that, first of all, the South region in general has higher trouble found percentages. But secondly, summer months, especially July and August, have consistently higher trouble found across all markets. We think humid weather and summer storms could be highly associated with return devices being trouble found, and think it is worth investing. And also we think engaging in predictive maintenance could help catch these devices before they're returned and encourage Cox to upgrade the customer before their device fails, which could be beneficial for customer retention. And with that, I will now pass it over to Cassio to walk you through our modeling process.
Thank you so much, Alice. Now we'll discuss our modeling approach and how it can potentially reduce the number of devices that need to be tested. We prepare 4 categories of data and build 5 models. The predictor categories include attributes that describe market, device, repair, and customer information. And the models include logistic regression, decision tree, LightGBM, XGBoost, and random forest. We use forward selection, which allow us to add in features one by one. In the end, we're able to see how many and which features were most ideal and use them in the model. We then conduct hyperparameter tuning using scikit-learn's grid search. We implemented a stratified k-fold cross-validation for this to ensure that the model is not biased towards any class in the data set. And we use predicted probabilities with adjusted threshold rather than binary classification. Using this, we evaluate our models to see which was best. To choose our final model, we compare the log loss and the identity curve for all 5 models. Log loss is a good predictor in our models because we're predicting probabilities. And log loss is an indicative or how close the prediction probability is to the corresponding actual value. The more the predicted probability diverges from the actual value, the higher is the log loss value. Therefore, we wanted to have a low log loss. The XGBoost model had the lowest log loss of 0.23, while the logistic regression had the highest log loss of 3.49. We also use identity curve as another indicator or how well the model is capable of distinguishing between classes. The higher the identity curve, the better the performance of the model of distinguishing between the positive and negative classes. XGBoost has an identity curve of 0.75, which is the highest of all. Overall, XGBoost is our best solution in terms of log loss and identity curve. We also chose this model as the best model because it's a scalable and accurate implementation of gradiated boosting machines. And the implementation of XGBoost offers several advanced features for model tuning, computing environments, and algorithm enhancement. This slide shows the list of features in our final model sorted by feature importance. We can see that the top 3 features are age, usage, and transition period. Explained before, these 3 are actually features engineered by us, where age is the time between today's date and the device capitalization date. Usage is the time between customer installation date and customer return date. And transition period is the time between when the processing facility received the device and when the customer returned the device. So we calculate annual savings based on the confusion matrix and found that the optimal testing would be at 58%, representing an early savings of $5 million. We use different thresholds to determine the optimal testing percentage and optimize our model to have a high recall, which is currently at 94%. We decided to do that because false negatives are much more costly to COGS. But the key is that there will only be a 1.5% chance of sending a faulty device to customer without testing. We calculated this number by summing the total predicted negative by false negative. On this slide, we'll be talking specifically how our model could potentially save $5 million annually. We create a scenario where we receive 300,000 devices per month. Then we made the assumption that technicians will have a backup device 100% of time. We also made the assumption that the cost to replace a customer device is $220. $200 for each truck roll and $20 for each trouble call. On the right side of this slide, we have a breakdown of total savings, giving our predictions. For true negatives or devices that we correctly predicted to be no trouble found, we would save $695,100. For the devices that we predicted to be no trouble found, but actually are trouble, our additional cost will be about $278,000. There are no savings for devices that will be continued testing. With current costs of over $1.6 million, our new predicted cost is around $1.2 million, representing over $416,000 cost savings opportunity per month, or $5 million per year. Now I'll pass it over to Alice so she can cover our recommendations.
Thank you, Cassio. Now for further considerations, firstly, we recommend prioritizing tested device to be sent to self-installing customers because there will be no immediate backup device to swap available to them if they receive a trouble-found device. Secondly, we believe that there is an opportunity for device predictive maintenance. Cox can upgrade devices before failure occurs and try to lock customers in new contracts, increasing their customer retention. Lastly, we recommend further investigation into the spike of high trouble found rates during summer month using additional data such as network usage, customer housing information, trouble call history, and more. And this concludes our presentation. It was a great pleasure working with Cox. Thank you so much.
Thank you, team.
Hey, one of the team, we have a question from the audience, if you don't mind, we could address that real quick. The question is, regarding testing, is the core problem that devices are being returned in the first place, and intervening with diagnostics and customer support before they are returned could be a solution?
Yes, Scott, certainly is a possibility. My system is going to shut off in like 30 seconds for some system upgrade, but I'll try to answer this quickly. Proactive prediction of equipment failure is a very hard task. The error rates tend to be very high in the 70–80%. So even though it's a long-term objective to kind of proactively predict failures, it is not realistic at the moment. This is a solution for now, and we'll continue to explore proactive predictions and maintenance.
Thank you very much, Team A New Day. Thank you for answering that question. This brings us to the end of our afternoon. I want to thank our speakers and also to our audience for your time and attention today. We trust that you'll take away useful insights that you can take back to your firms to forward the effective use of AI and ML technology while mitigating unintended bias. Alan Turing said that if a machine is expected to be infallible, it cannot also be intelligent. But in spite of that, every day, another critical piece of social infrastructure is adding, quote, artificial intelligence, unquote, to its decision-making processes with little, if any, checks and balances. It's very easy for various biases to slip in to the model and the application thereof, as our speakers helped us understand very well today. Furthermore, as our regulatory and legal systems haven't caught up with the new technology, it's imperative and to a large extent the responsibility of people working on these models to ensure that the models are fair and free from biases. Fortunately, people in research are paying attention to this issue and adjacent issues like explainability of machine learning models. To this last point, some examples are Google's TensorFlow has fairness indicators to detect biases in your model. Microsoft Research launched a fairness, accountability, transparency, and ethics group to study the social implications of artificial intelligence. IBM has open sourced the AI Fairness 360 toolkit to help you build bias-free models. But these tools are nowhere close to being enough or perfect. There's a strong need for more rigorous tools and research. However, it is always something that we as citizens should think about as these technologies are deployed into our social infrastructure. Again, thank you for your time and attention today. Please do feel free to contact myself or Dr. Chalapa if you would like to learn more about, or Allison Jacobs or Christine Battle as well, if you would like to learn more about the Emory Goizueta Master of Science in Business Analytics program. Thank you and have a good day.